What is up, everyone? It's Deltlead, and welcome back to another episode in the Kerbal Space Program livestream series that we've been doing. We are moving along at quite the pace in our space program. Just looking at the research and development tree, we're pretty much done with the vanilla stuff. There's still a few more tech nodes on the vanilla portion of the tree, and we're just now starting to get into the new stuff that's part of the FTL mod. So one thing we did unlock is improved nuclear propulsion. So nuclear propulsion is kind of the end of the vanilla tree, and that gives you the Nerva solid core fission engine and the nuclear ramjet. We have improved nuclear propulsion, which gives us two different nuclear engines, a very small one and a larger one that's a little bit more efficient than the Nerva. And we're going to take one of these engines and we're going to make a rocket out of it. And we're going to send that rocket to Duna. But the problem with nuclear rockets is that you can't just launch one from the Kerbal Space Center, right? There's a couple of issues. One, nuclear propulsion is actually pretty low power, low thrust. It is very, very, very efficient, but it is not very fast. And so it's these nuclear engines, they're good for these long, slow burns while you're already in orbit. They're not good to launch. You can't just slap a nuclear rocket on the bottom of your first stage and call it good. So we're going to have to be a little bit smarter. These things are expensive. The Lantier is a liquid ox augmented afterburner mode, which gives it a high thrust option with a lower ISP. So the high thrust option, I don't know if it lists it here, but there's several different options we get for this rocket engine here. And then we get different ISPs depending on the fuel that we use. We're also going to have to pair these up with the specific tanks that come with the mod, and I'm going to have to do some learning here because I don't fully understand how this mod works. We're going to do a little bit of experimenting in the vehicle assembly building until we get something that will work, right? So I'm actually going to make a quick save here because we're going to have to spend money to unlock these parts. And I don't know if they're the parts I want to unlock yet, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to spend a bunch of money and realize, oh no, that was the wrong fuel tank. And then I have this fuel tank that I don't actually want. And I'm not going to use. So we're going to kind of figure out some stuff here. So there's pressurized gas tanks. And then there's all these like generic fuel tanks. There's a ton of like really big ones. There's the xenon containers for ion engines, but those we're not using. All the stock ones are basically not what we want. Like if I just take this guy, right? The what is this? The Rockomax Jumbo 64, which is like the big fuel tank in the base game. The big 2.5 meter one. And I go to engines, and let's go ahead and purchase the Lantier. Because we do want to use the Lantier. That's the rocket engine right there. It shows 0 meters per second delta V, 0 thrust rate ratio. Because this is the wrong fuel type. And I don't know if any of these are actually the right fuel type. Oh, hold on. This one is a fuel type we can use, apparently. Hydrolox. So liquid hydrogen we can use, and then we can put oxidizer in the exhaust mass and basically have a hybrid chemical nuclear rocket. That's like the thing that this rocket does. But that's like the wrong fuel tank. Like 380, or not even 300. What was it, like 50 meters per second of delta V for that whole setup isn't right. It's not what we're looking for. So I'm gonna try one of these fuel tanks. Because I think we can pick a fuel type that works here. I'm just kind of clicking through these. Oh, here we go. Hydrolox, liquid hydrogen oxidizer. This one's just liquid hydrogen. Which is cool. And it gives me an ISP of 10,050, but we would need a ton of liquid hydrogen to make that work. Like a ton. I think it's really just the liquid hydrogen. Or the hydrolox. I guess we could... Maybe we can adjust something here. We're going to have to figure this out. Okay, so I guess we can choose... We can choose our fuel type with the engine. What we want to run through it. Let's try liquid helium, maybe. Helium's a little denser, a little heavier than hydrogen. So propellant liquid helium-4. Now do I have to select? It won't automatically select for me, will it? No, I gotta select it myself. Kerbalnauts, methane, oxygen, O2, H2O, aluminum oxide. Oh, I see. Oxygen, water, aluminum oxide, liquid ammonia, argon, carbon. Oh, carbon monoxide and liquid oxygen. That's an interesting one. It's a hypergolic helium. Diatomic metastable helium. I don't think that's what we want. HTP. Liquid helium. Here we go. All right, liquid helium gives us a thrust-weight ratio of 0.5. But that's a little bit better in terms of total delta V. Now, this is like the smaller one. What if we were to choose a bigger one or put a bigger one on it? How big of a fuel tank do I need? Do I have to... Ugh. That's liquid hydrogen again. Oh my gosh. So I have to... Every tank I need to manually select the fuel. Metastable helium, water, helium. There we go. Is this not... It's not transferring the fuel down for some reason. Curious. Okay, hold on. Let's scrap this. Let's start with a pod, shall we? Let's get back to the basics. Let's start with a pod. I like the cupola, as a pod, and then we're also... Yeah, let's just start with this. We're just experimenting. We're not designing yet. We'll design once we get the engine buttoned down. There are other fuel tanks I want to experiment with. These spherical ones. Are these any good? How much do these carry? This is just liquid hydrogen. Okay. Let's get our lantern. Lantern? I think I'm just going to call it the lantern. So that I don't sound stupid. Whoa! Okay, so here we go. This is delta V that I would expect. Right? That's... So maybe I'm just picking the wrong fuel tank. Because this is a fuel tank of just liquid hydrogen. Okay, so what's different? What's different between this... And let's go back to that other fuel tank. Just give me the hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen. Most common element in the universe. Anybody got it? Here we go. Liquid hydrogen. 0.3. How much liquid hydrogen? 24,000. How much liquid hydrogen? 8,000. All right. Am I taking the crazy pills right now? There ain't no way. Maybe I have some other setting jacked up on this fuel tank. Okay, hold on. Pin this. We're just going to do side-by-side comparison of these tanks, right? So spherical on the left. cryogenic tool tank on the right. Total mass 0.6, total mass 1.9, 8,000, 24,000. Do we need to like drive, like, do we need to take this out to the test range and be like, okay, this number's just wrong because the game doesn't know how to read this tank and it's actually a lot of fuel? Because that might be what it is. The game just may be confuzzled. Which that's such an easy thing to test. You know, we can just let's just take it out there. Do some simulated engine burns. Not that I would actually burn a nuclear rocket on the launch pad, of course, everyone, because that would be super dangerous and bad for the environment. No, we're just gonna take this down here and we're gonna do a little test. Just a little test fire. Let's see what this does. Because I'm starting to think I just might not understand this mod. This mod is really technical and very complex. In an already technical and complex game about rocket physics and science, like, this is already like a fairly complex game, and I'm making it way more complicated. Okay, so see, here we go. No, I'm still dumb, aren't I? Hold on. Because it showed a delta V that made sense to me. Maybe I just don't know how to operate this nuclear rocket. Because it's a nuclear reactor. Effectively, what this rocket is a nuclear reactor that we're passing fuel over, and the fuel that we're passing over it acts as coolant and takes the heat from the nuclear reactor and turns that heat into energy that creates thrust. So I may be misunderstanding how nuclear reactors work, which is ironic because I have a bachelor's degree of science in nuclear engineering and I'm a professional nuclear engineer. I'm sorry, I don't have my PE. I'm a nuclear operator though. Activate engine. Do I need to like hold on. I'm confused. It's getting hotter. What's changing? Thermal power, 12 out of 24. What are all the numbers meaning? Reactor? Oh, there's so many more. There's so many more bars up here. All right, so we got electric charge. It's generating its own electric charge. Waste heat is building up, so we'll need radiators on this vehicle. Thermal power, liquid propellant, monopropellant. We have 2 units of enriched uranium on the reactor. Yeah. Yeah. It makes a little noise when I hit space. Oh, hold on. Something happened. Oh, it's just throttle delay. Yeah, okay. Because now, yeah, alright. I was being silly. Don't worry, this goes to a radioactive containment area. Right, because you're... Wow, this actually models it pretty realistically. So the efficiency of a nuclear engine, basically 100% efficiency is its best efficiency, in any setting lower than that, you start to lose out on efficiency, and it has to do with the thermodynamics of passing coolant over the core, because you're reducing coolant flow, which basically means the as far as I understand it and how they're modeling it here and how nuclear reactors in space would work, since I'm reducing coolant flow via throttling down, the reactor has to operate at a cooler temperature or it'll overheat. Therefore, the efficiency goes down because it's cooler. Because it's cooler, there's less energy. Because there's less energy, the exhaust gas is lower. It's like very, very rough explanation of how that works. And even I'm just like struggling to explain this right now. It's complicated. Man, it's complicated. Nuclear reactors are complicated, all right? The nuclear reactors I work with are far, far simpler. There's water and there's metal plates that get hot, and the water gets hot and it makes steam, and the steam makes things go round. And that's about as complicated as my nuclear reactors get. These are complicated nuclear reactors, man. Operating entirely different areas of stuff, you know, it's just different. So we need to design the propulsion section of our spaceship. We're gonna launch this in probably 2, maybe even 3 pieces. There's gonna be a propulsion section, a habitation section, and a mission section. That's my general idea for how we want to do this. So the propulsion section is gonna have the engine, which we're gonna use the lantern because it gets very good efficiency. And we're going to use fuel tanks. I've not decided what fuel tank I want to use yet. That's a big fuel tank. How much hydrogen is in that? Whoa. That's big. That's a lot of fuel, guys. Dang. Oh, the rocket is actually called the Lantern. Okay, so I didn't just make that up. They actually do call it the Lantern. All right, let's experiment with some other fuel tank options we have. That one might be too big. This one looks a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, it looks a little bit more reasonable, probably. And what's funny, how much does this weigh? How much does this weigh right now? 3 tons? We could get that to orbit. That's small enough we could get 2 of these to orbit. So here's what I'm thinking, generally speaking, for the propulsion section. And we'll design this out, but I want 2 fuel tanks like this, stacked like that. That's great. That's a great size for the section, right? That's good. There's also... I'm buying a bunch of tanks. We're not actually going to use all these tanks. I also do like this tank a little bit. I think that's cool. Gibson Industries Zero... Hold on. Gibson Industries Zero Coolant Tank. Cool with a K, because they're cool. Not the pressurized gas. I do actually kind of like these designs, though. These are cool. Yeah, I like those. And it tells you what's in them, too. Like, 1-to-1... monoatomic... Not monoatomic, but hydrogen gas. Metastable solid hydrogen. That's crazy. Kerosene. Krypton. Nitrogen. Oxygen. Methane. Neon. Nitrogen, gas, liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid tritium, liquid water, liquid xenon, that's a big heavy one, aluminum oxide, which, is that aluminum oxide and, no, it's just aluminum oxide, and then, okay, back through. Okay, interesting. Hello, Santiago, is it Santia? No, sorry, I'm reading it. Santiago Vasquez Gonzalez. There we go. I'm dyslexic, and your name is your 3 names together. And that confused the hell out of me, because I couldn't figure out, my brain could not decipher which one started and when. I was starting to panic for a second. Okay. Alright, we're getting... This isn't actually as complicated as I was making it out to be, as far as how to use it in-game. The nuclear rockets are as complicated as I was making it out to be. But how to actually get this to work in-game, I just need to select the right fuel type. And hydrogen is the right fuel type. So that's fine. 12,000 meters per second is a wonderful number for fuel. That's a great number for fuel. I like that number for fuel. So here's what I'm thinking. We might do this in multiple missions, multiple sections, basically. And I'm gonna load a before we like actually go to build this. I want to load a save, but I want to pick out what engines I want to use first. Because like here's, for example, just to purchase the rights to use this fuel tank is 200,000. That's ridiculous. That's so much. That's so much. I don't have. I mean, I have that money, but I don't have like. I don't just have extra money lying around to throw around to that. So, I need to pick my, or decide on my fuel sources very carefully. We're sending Kerbals to Duna, and we're using the nuclear rocket. So this is our nuclear rocket. Clocky Clock, welcome back. We're using the Lantern. And it's complicated. And I've created a quick save so that we can revert back to before I started buying all these things, because right now I'm just buying fuel tanks willy-nilly and testing them out until I figure out what I want. What is this? Oh, that's interesting. That's a cool fuel tank. I like that fuel tank. That looks sick. And I guess we could. So how is this going to be planned? Oh, man. All right. Let me just gather my thoughts together. If you rewound the stream, go back in time like 15 minutes or 10 minutes, and I'd explain it. Explain the whole thing to you. We're gonna build the rocket in orbit, and right now I'm just working out the fuel and the propulsion. That's the first step. We're gonna need a radiator. Yeah, for what I have in mind, because I want this rocket to be just massive. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be a huge rocket. So we have the active cooling system. No, sorry, that's not what I want. I'm trying to think of how to structure this. So basically, one module is going to be the nuclear reactor, a little bit of fuel, and the cooling system, the thermal system. The next module is going to be all fuel. The third module will be the basically the living spaces. So we're going to send up a lab. I think this one, the Advanced Mobile Processing Laboratory, is what we'll send up. So the Kerbals will live inside one of these bad boys. I guess there's also this one. Is this different? How is this different? Does this conduct science on its own? Is this like a science experiment? I don't know. I do not know. I don't know anything about any of this. Mobile Science Laboratory. This one looks cool. I don't know anything. Yeah, Clocky Clock. Basically, everything you just said is exactly what I have in mind as far as how we're going to build this. And I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to build it now. With the parts that are available to me. I'm also torn between using this style of fuel tank. I don't know. What do you think? Do you like these? Do you like these fuel tanks? Or do you like these fuel tanks? That looks sick, actually. That looks fucking sick. I think now I want to do this. Never mind. I gave you the illusion of choice, but I think this is what... Yeah. We're doing orbs. We're going to do the orbs, because that looks awesome. Are you kidding me? Never mind. Screw whatever you were going to say. Whatever opinion you were about to have, go ahead and shove it, because we're doing that now. Wow, that looked cool. I like the different sizes, too. The different scales. That worked well. So the other option I was thinking of is multiple engines. We could do 2. Right? We could do a bicoupler. Like this. For the added thrust if we want. And then we put... Let's see. We do medium. Then big. Then small. Then bicoupler. Nope. Then bicoupler. Yeah. And I don't think these... I don't think that, that works, actually. Hold on. I don't think this is calculating delta V right, because it's getting confused. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. What if I do 2 of these? What if I do 2 big balls? $12.17. Maybe I am confused. Do we do 2 big balls? I think we do 2 big balls. You want the tennis balls? Yeah. We're doing the balls for sure. Yeah, I see your chats. I am seeing your chats. I'm just not necessarily responding to every single thing everyone says. That would be a lot. That'd be a lot of responding on my part. Here's my only problem. I don't have a structural piece that neatly splits this up. Right? Because what I would like... Well, maybe we could do 1 engine. Hold on. Nope, that's the wrong adapter. Is it this adapter? Yeah, it's that adapter. And let's bring the engine back. Let's put the lantern back on there. Where'd the lantern go? Where did it go? Oh, we should also try, while we're doing this, while we're just buying things willy-nilly. So this is the candle. Traveling wave nuclear reactor. It's teeny tiny. So that's super low thrust. Okay. Have I seen you on the Discord server? I've not logged into Discord in a little bit, so no. Sorry. I have not, unfortunately. How much does this all weigh? 16 tons. Okay, can I get this to orbit? Real question, do I have a fairing big enough to get this to orbit? Because I might not. Coupling. Let's just see if the 2.5 meter fairing at its widest will get this far out. It might. It might get out that far. It kind of wants to get out that far. Ooh, it does. Oh, it does. Yes, it looks like a tennis ball. It looks like a tennis ball with some metal wrapped around it. Or like a basketball. It looks like a big old basketball. Did I add the docking port? Dude, we're so far from that stage. We are still in the early stages of, does this technically work? Like, can I get it in a fairing? It would look like a basketball if it were darker orange and the texture were different. It's definitely got the tennis ball texture, but it's got the basketball lines. Or more like basketball lines, at least. Man. There's no colors. I can't change the colors on these. I can change the color on this. I can make it orange instead. But that still doesn't get us out of the conundrum of thermal management, because we still need thermal management. Apparently we do have some radiators. Which, that's kind of cool. What about these? That's really cool. It's just, I don't think I can... That's not going to work. So the other thing I was thinking about doing is the thermal control system. But I think these might actually be too big. I really can't put anything on the sides of the fuel tank. Anything I put in here has to fit. And I think that's too large, honestly. What about... So we have thermal control system small. So I can certainly fit these guys on here, no problem. And they could sit there like that. What I don't know is if that's going to be enough cooling. And we can do a couple tests beforehand. We also have radiator panels, which just look like this. And I kind of like that look. I kind of like that look. Do you guys like that look for the radiators? That's kind of interesting. Yeah? And that'll fold up and be contained. We just have to adjust it a little bit. Just slightly. Just a slight adjustment here. Just a little up. And then up. Like that. But other than that, that would work. The only question is that going to be enough coolant? So, let's find out. This is only a test. We are merely testing the engine's cooling requirements. So let's take this out to the launch pad. No, I have not made the Eve plane. We're doing different things right now. The Eve plane will come eventually, but we're doing something else. Eventually, we will do an Eve plane. Our Eve mission failed catastrophically, so I'm taking a break from Eve because it makes me upset, and I don't want to talk about it right now. Alright, so that's the engine going. What I don't like is it doesn't really show me Delta V a ton. Delta V is going up as the reactor gets hotter. How's our waste heat? Waste heat is building up. As the radiators get hotter, there we go. It should kind of reach homeostasis. Well, we ran out of fuel. So, whoops. This thing generates electricity, I believe. And I can turn down the electric power generation. Yeah, okay. So I don't need solar panels on the ship, because this will generate electricity. Can I also shut down the engine? I'm trying to learn how this thing works, which is not simple, guys. It's not simple. Okay, it looks like those radiators are indeed enough. Yeah, Eve being called the final boss of KSP is applicable. Okay, so for those who missed it, we were doing our Eve reentry, and I used the inflatable heat shield because I think the inflatable heat shield is awesome. The problem with Eve is the atmosphere is so thick that the heat shield was like a boat that was I could not push it away from the spacecraft, like no matter what, all the way down to the very ground. Even with all rockets firing, air resistance was keeping the heat shield sucked to my rocket. Um, I've been to Tylo. We've done a couple flybys on Tylo at the end of the last live stream, so I've collected science from there. I've not landed on Tylo. Obviously, it's got a very thick atmosphere, but we certainly have flown by it. Yeah, I know. I should have just well, and like the thing was the parachutes weren't working either. Because of the heat shield. The heat shield was a more efficient parachute than the actual parachutes, and I couldn't get rid of it. So that's the problem we ran into. Okay, so this module right here is a functional engine, right? And it'll work. It'll do what I want it to do. I'm gonna put the little fuel tank on it to start, and this is gonna go to orbit as one package. You should have flipped over. I could not. I couldn't flip over. I tried that. We reloaded the quick save so many times. What eventually happened is I flipped over higher up in the atmosphere and then burned up. And unfortunately, the game quick saved right as I blew up. And that was it. Like, the game saved the most. It was either completely restart the live stream basically, or just accept the fact that I blew up. So I accepted the fact that I blew up, and we moved on. So that's how that ended, and I don't want to talk about it no more. It upsets me. Let's go to coupling. So we're doing the Clampotron. What is it? Yeah, Clampotron docking ports. But I think we want some electrical systems in here, probably. Probably. At least one battery would be a good idea. Let's try this inflatable airlock out. This isn't what I'm going to use for, this is not what I'm going to use, but I just wanted to try this out. That's kind of cool. I think we'll use that somewhere else. We are going to use the Clampotron. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to build this next part. How I want this to all go together. Mysteries, mysteries. How do we want to do this? We've got so many parts. So little time. No, definitely not that. Definitely not that. I kind of want to put some space. Well, no, I actually don't want to put space. I think I just want that there. And then we just scoot this down. Is that all we're going to do for this? Is this going to be self-sufficient? It's got electricity. I guess it needs comms. All the comms for these pieces are just going to be single dipole radio antennas. What's this look like? We're at the part of the stream where I just experiment with all the things I have. Oh, that looks cool, dude. That looks cool. That looks cool too. Laser beam transmitters? I don't understand how that works at all. Are these comms units? It says data transmitter, which makes me think it's a comms unit. Yes, if we had successfully landed on Eve, if that mission had been a success, we probably would have gone again shortly after, but it wasn't, and I wanted to take a step back and do something else after that. Okay. How's the Duna rover doing? It's doing great. It's still there, and it's going to be there for a while. But it's good. Thank you for asking. The Duna rover appreciates you asking. Oh, never mind. This probably doesn't need struts. Is this what we're gonna call? Is this how we're gonna call it good? Like, is this good enough? I guess so. I guess this is fine. How much does this weigh with the docking port? This unit alone, 3 tons. Okay. So this is the smallest of the payloads that's going up. The real challenge is gonna be. And maybe we add some monopropellant tanks to this too. Actually, I think we have to. I think we have to add monopropellant to this. Because here's the other thing I'm thinking of is... Okay, great. We get this up to orbit. Now, how are we going to dock it to, you know, the rest of the ship? So it's going to need RCS of some kind. And I guess we could do RCS thrusters. And I like the idea of having these staged out just a little bit. Like that. How's that look, guys? You like that? Any thoughts? We do have other... So we have arc jets now. We have resisto jets. We have arc jets. I don't know what those are. I guess they're electrical? Arc jets are electrical? Is that the... They use liquid helium. Okay, cool. There's also this bad boy. Look at this thing. So we could put a couple of these on it. And that's its maneuvering system. Which, that's sick. Alright, that's awesome. There's also... we're buying all these things, but I'm not actually... We're going to revert. I'm not actually going to buy all these things. There's also this. Which is kind of sick, too. But I think it's excess. I think it's all excess. Well, and so here's the other thing. I kind of want the thrusters to be over this fuel tank, but I can't actually attach things to this fuel tank. So I think that's where these girder segments come in. I think that's where this comes in. Right? Now, this is obviously too big of a piece, right? This is much, much, much too big. But we can scale it down a little bit. It does look kind of sick. But let's scale it down. And let's move it out and up. And then copy. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. There we go. Kind of like that. That's too long now, which is the other problem. I guess I could scoot this up a little bit so it stays out of the way of the thing, but then it's kind of close to here. And maybe that's okay. Maybe it's not okay. I actually don't know. I don't know if that's good or not. It's like just the wrong length. We do have the other kind, the modular girder segment right here, which we could scale down and then just put a bunch of these together. More like that. I think that works. Could we do that? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I just work here. Something to that effect. This needs to be removed or repositioned. Now we could do... Oh, because the center of mass is all the way down here. Screw this. No, never mind. Screw that. We just need to put them down on the bottom. That's easy enough. So we just need to put a little strut or something down there. A little structural piece to stand them off. Cubic octagonal strut would probably be enough. Just a little bit. Just a little wee bit of a standoff. Maybe upscale it once. Well, now it's off. Hold on. Let's just flatten this. That's close enough. But now it looks silly. All right, hold on. Hold on. Scale down. I guess we have other parts too. Let's try this one. I'm just trying to find something that looks good and works. No. Never mind. Not that. Revert. The not Rockamax micronode? No. I think we were barking up the right tree with the octagonal strut. Yeah, okay, that works. I can get behind this as a concept, because that clears it. There we go. Okay. All right. I think that's the engine section of the ship. I'm going to make a subassembly of this. Slap this in here. Nuclear thermal rocket. Rocket section. Save. We're going to leave. I'm going to load. Hopefully I didn't totally bork this up and now we're out a ton of money. Don't save. If I borked this up and we just made ourselves like 500,000 bits poorer for no reason, 600,000 bits poorer for no reason, then that'd be unfortunate. Load save. Quick save 20. That looks right. That looks like the right amount of money. Okay. So, vehicle assembly building. Now we're only going to buy the things I actually want to use for this. I bought a bunch of stuff to experiment. But that was really just a sampler, you know, just free samples. Not actually going with all that. Instead, we're going with the subassembly. which I have not purchased a lot of the parts for. So I need to purchase the rights to this guy. And I think it's this one we wanted to buy. The big one, yeah. Purchase this one. Obviously, we need to purchase the lantern. That's the Nerva lantern. Purchase that guy. We need to purchase... I think that was it. Thermal. This guy. We need to purchase the radiator panel large. Okay. I think that's everything. And we already have the docking port. Wrong docking port. Big docking port. There we go. And what vehicle is this? We're going to configure vessel naming. This is going to be the... Duna. Alright, name. Give me a name for the mission. We'll just call this Nuclear Rocket Section. And we'll just make it a ship. That's fine. Alright. So that is that. I'm going to tuck this. Nope. Tuck that down. There we go. That's the nuclear rocket section. Now let's get it into orbit. So, coupling. It's the T-12. Payload. It's the T-25. And this will actually be the smallest section, just the engine. Clamshell deploy, a lot of ejection force, 2 sides. That's how I like it. Fuel tanks. They shouldn't need a ton, so I should be able to get away with a... Maybe we go even smaller. Poodle? What's the thrust to weight ratio look like that for that guy? Yeah, that's good enough. It's got enough force. 619 might come up a bit short. But we can make the first stage big enough to compensate, because we're going to use 2 Rockomaxes and a mainsail. Alright. That's got lots of Delta V, for sure. Nuclear rocket section. Okay. Maybe some payload struts. This thing looks like it wants to be unstable. This thing looks like my high school girlfriend. Let's just get this nice and lined up. There we go. Okay. So some struts for stability's sake. It should be fine. Let's launch it. Oh, we haven't bought the Rockomax brand adapter. Okay. Okay, game. There you go. Are you happy now? I have the Rockomax brand adapter. I knew I was forgetting to buy something. Now, this is the easy mission. The hard mission is going to be getting those big fuel sections up. And then what's going to be cool about this ship is what I want to do is set it up in such a way that And we'll launch the ship first, but long term, the goal is we have this ship stay in orbit, um, and we can refuel it from like Minmus or something. That would be like end goal, end state, what I'd like to see. Alright, mainsail is absolutely able to carry this up, no problem. We'll go ahead and lock prograde. I'm going to go 3 times time acceleration. I'm pretty confident in the mainsail's ability to keep this on course. And this fairing is not, like, weird or anything, right? This is pretty standard. We testing it now? Oh, we're done testing it. We tested it on the ground. We're launching it now. Orbital construction has begun, ladies and gentlemen. Now is not the time for tests and number crunching and figuring out whether or not it'll work. Now is the time of action. We've already done all the numbers. So this is the first section. We're going to start with the engines and work our way forward. So engines, then fuel tanks, then the mission section. And I'm going to shoot for an 80-kilometer orbit. Because that's reasonable. That's relatively easy. That's relatively easy to get to. There we go. And the heat shields have deployed. Poodle's going to carry it the rest of the way. We'll get up to about 79. Good enough. Alright, let's just take quick stock of the vehicle. Radiator fins are deployed. Waste heat is climbing. We're going to monitor that a little bit before we bring up everything else. I'm retarded. Hold on. I'm dumb. Whoopsies, we forgot it. We forgot something, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give everyone a second to try and figure out what it is before I go ahead and fix it. But we did, in fact, forget something on this rocket. Whoops. Anyone have any guesses? Anyone have any guesses? It has to do with fuel tanks. Any guesses? Final guesses now. Oh, there's fuel. Well, the fuel's not really... This isn't even the fuel section. This is just a little bit of fuel. This is like a transition fuel piece. No, not regular fuel. A certain other type of fuel. Maybe monopropellant? More orbs. Oh, it's tempting to just put a fuck whack of orbs on this, isn't it? Well, we got the RCS. We forgot to put fuel in the tanks for the RCS. How do these fit? Do these fit nicely? Hold on. Let's get these rotated in such a way that's aesthetically pleasing. First, we start with what's important. Oh, actually, hold on. I don't know why I threw that away, because I didn't need to throw it away. I just needed to switch symmetry. It's 6 symmetry here, right? So these orbs will actually fit in between these very nicely, I think. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. They will. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. That looks good. That looks good right there. I like that. Can we do top and bottom? If we could do top and bottom, that'd be sick too. No, that ain't it. Hold on. Pull that off. Oh, it's gonna be a stupid angle. Hold on, we gotta manually line this up. I love it. Haha, I love it. All right. Now it's ready. Now it's ready. Well, do we want to throw a big tank on there too? Because this, do we want to have other orbs elsewhere, or I think we have just those orbs because it looks good, but then we just actually put a big ol', like we put the big RCS monoprop tank here and we call it good. And it's still, we still get some orbs, but they're a little bit more tucked in, you know? I think it's probably more reasonable. It just makes it slightly taller, but otherwise doesn't really impact anything. You know, that's fine. Orb Frenzy. Man, so there's something about little pressurized vessels, spherical pressurized vessels, dotted all over spacecrafts that's an aesthetic. And I like it. More! Give me more! I got a fever. And the only thing that can cure it is more pressurized spheres. Alright, same thing. We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna do the exact same thing. This time it's a little heavier. It's not much heavier. Might have time accelerated a little early there. It's getting all funky with me. Alright, that should be good enough. I guess we've got fuel in the upper stage. We can do an orbital correction anyway, so it doesn't really matter. In the end, it doesn't even matter. You know, we tried so hard. We've come so far. And I think my audience is a little young for most of the references I make, which is a shame. It's a crying shame. Oh well. Someone will get it. Someone in their late 20s is cracking up at the jokes I make. Revert. I was too shallow. Whoops. Revert. Bad launch. That was just a model. That was a simulation of a launch to verify flight performance. It was not really the actual launch. This is actually us launching the vehicle for real. And you can tell because this one's going better already. Alright. Pitch over. Prograde. There we go. That's a little bit more vertical. Okay, now that we're nice and steady, we'll time warp. Trying to like push it a little bit. Get it a little bit more straight. It's not working. Oh well. Oh no, there we go. There we go. It's starting to go now. 2-degree inclination change we can fix. Okay. Bearings deploy. I like that the radiators pop out right away. They're ready to go right away. Alright. Second stage is up. Got to pick up some speed fast here. So we'll max out the thrust. And I'm pointing just below prograde. Yeah, I'm just pointing a little bit inwards here to try and keep my apoapsis from climbing rapidly. Like it's about to, like it wants to right now, like it is right now. Okay. We'll do the rest of the burn like at apoapsis then. Okay, that's good enough. The stream broke your PC. Oh, you can't sue me for that. I'm not liable for that. All right. All right. Let's go. Look at that. That looks awesome. That looks so sick. I love it. I love it. All right. Let's make sure it's called the right thing. Nuclear rocket section. Yep. All right. Next up is the fuel tanks. And I'm going to put some guidance on this one, on this section, because I know it's going to be big, and I might as well throw some guidance on the rocket somewhere. We'll probably have multiple guidance units on the ship to help keep it oriented, just because of how big it's going to be. This is a big ship we're making. Big old ship we're making. After we build the ship, and we launch it to Duna, right? I want to get a way to make liquid hydrogen in orbit, either on Minmus or an asteroid or whatever. I want to be able to start collecting liquid hydrogen in situ so that we can refuel the ship wherever we send it. I think that would be so sick to be able to do that. I'm going to save this because it's awesome. New. All right. New section. We're going to use the Probodyne HECS again. I don't need crazy advanced guidance on these sections right now. These are kind of like the basic navigation modules, because really all I need to do is get into orbit with these. And not much beyond that. Okay. Big fuel tank time. So, command and control. Let's put that there, and then I'm going to move this up like that. And then one on the bottom. And one on the top. Eh? That looks pretty good. Looks pretty good to me, man. I don't know. I think we got a winner. Let's do 6-way symmetry, because I feel like we would be amiss if we didn't have... Oh, I can't attach anything to these, huh? Interesting. I was going to say let's put some structural cables between these, but it doesn't look like I can attach to the side of this at all. Okay. Well, that's okay. It's not necessarily the end of the world. So here's a challenge, is I need to put a clampetron port on the bottom one of these. And I remember Clampotrons being notoriously difficult to get to cooperate when it came to stuff like this. Yeah. Undo. Undo again. Undo again. Can I grab it now? There we go. Oh, okay. Never mind. It wasn't terrible. Never mind. Never mind. It wasn't terrible. So this section does not require many special features. I don't think. The only thing I could think to add that might be worth adding, and really more as a contingency than anything else, is we could slap some solar panels on there. One for aesthetics. I like how that looks. And then 2 for backup power. Redundant power sources are always a good idea whenever you can use them. I think that might be too much, though. I don't know. What do we think? Do we like the 12 solar panels like that? Do we like that look between them? I think that might be too much. I think maybe just the 6 is enough. But we scoot them in slightly. Maybe we put them here and we scoot them in slightly. So that they touch. Let's try that. Right about there. What do we think? Yay, nay? Because then the other thing I can throw on here is some batteries as again, a reserve power. We have some batteries already on the ship, on the engine stage, but having a little bit extra never hurt nobody. We're going to put solar panels some places regardless, and I think just a couple here doesn't hurt. Can't hurt, you know. Clampotron docking port, so obviously Clampotron needs to go up here. And then let's just, for the sake of seeing how it all shakes out. No, undo. Hold on. Just to see how this would all look, let's throw our what's the difference between the Advanced Mobile Processing Lab and the IXS Mobile Science Laboratory? This one's more expensive. This one's 4,000. We're gonna go with the cheaper one? I think these are basically the same. I actually don't understand what the difference was there. I'm a little confused. Color me confused. Here's an idea. We slap one of these bad boys down. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Ah, hold on. This will make sense in a second. There we go. How do we like that look? And then we put this guy on top. I'm curious where the Kerbals actually get out. Because I want to put some docking ports on this. I see a port here and a port here, and I don't actually know which one they get out with. Hmm. I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm also debating using an electrolyzer. Because we could use... My thought is if we put an electrolyzer on the ship, then we could convert water into hydrogen. And then we would just need a ship that goes and gets water from places. Like mines ice. I don't know. I actually don't know. I kind of like the idea. So this is just conceptual. I'm like building this out just to see what it looks like. We're not committing to anything. And then like grand scheme of things. And then I guess this would also probably sit on the bottom, like towards the back here. Yeah. And then we put like the cupola up here. Either we put the cupola up here, or we do something else, and we like have a command module somewhere else. That's where I'm kind of like up in the air on how I wanna break this out. I actually don't know. One other thought I had would be to do something like this. Bear with me. Have that sit there, but then I don't think I can attach another fuel tank. Or even like a structural, like a tube. I don't know. I don't know, man. We do have some structural tubes like the hex core passable tube that I kind of want to try out, where we could do something like this. And then you can put the docking port, like the final docking port way up there. We're experimenting. We'll come to a conclusion on this at the end eventually. Like that. And then we put the lander. Lander connects up here at the front. But then we need a place to pilot the thing from. And that's where I was thinking maybe something here. But it doesn't, there's no like valid connection point for that. The other option is you do the cupola, whatever. And then you put a docking port. Where do we put the docking port? I mean, you can put a docking port on the front of the cupola like that. But I don't know if I like how that looks, because that obstructs, you know, the majority of your vision. And I like the idea of the pilot being able to see a little better. But do you really need to see as a pilot of this ship? I don't think you really need to see. That's not actually a requirement. Plus, at some point, to some degree, it needs to be unmanned. So maybe we don't do that at all. Like, at all. Man, I don't know. I like the idea of using... Oh, I don't know. There's also this guy. Which maybe we use this guy. Maybe this guy sits at the very end right here, like this. Like that. Aha! So now the guidance unit's tucked away somewhere nice. And then, I don't know. The hex core actually didn't look terrible. But it's just kind of wasted space. Like, we don't need that. At all, really. It's just excessive. Maybe we do end up going the cupola module with a docking port on top and just call it good. Yeah, I think maybe that's the answer. I do want to add a couple other docking ports, but we could probably add those to, like, the back. Again, this is all conceptual. Will there be a separate lander? Yes. And the lander is going to sit up here, and the lander will come up separately. So this will ultimately take 4 launches to get everything up. And then we'll have an engineer do this in the field, but we'll add some structural here as well. Like this. Oh, that's allowed? I can do that? But I couldn't do that other thing I wanted to do. But I can do that. We'll have an engineer do this in the field, because these are going to get docked separate. Will I use the shuttle to bring up the crew? Maybe, but this is going to... I want to crew this with like 5 Kerbals or something. 2 scientists. Maybe both of our engineers and 1 pilot. I want a larger crew. So, and that shuttle can only bring up 2 at a time with a pilot to fly it back, which would take like 4 launches. So maybe we do a shuttle. Maybe we build a new shuttle to go with this, to service this. Or maybe we choose a smaller crew. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided yet. The Hitchhiker stores a lot, which is good, because also with the Hitchhiker, we're going to get rid of these for now. We have a ton of science to do. And I like the idea of the lander coming up and it would be a direct ascent lander for clarification's purpose. Some sort of direct ascent lander. Where is it? No, it's cargo, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So we want Probodyne, weather, Communitron. Did we not get the ionographer? Yeah, we did. There it is. Right there. Ionographer. So that's one whole experiment setup right there. We can store a little bit in here. Put a couple of those in there. Yeah. The Hitchhiker has some storage. We also have this cargo unit. So I could if I wanted. And this stores a lot more. We could have additional cargo space in the back. And I like the idea of carrying spare parts for a bunch of stuff. Like, I think I can put additional clampetrons in here. Phew, excuse me. Fuel ducts. Could be handy. And we'll kind of fill out that cargo space as we go. Okay, but we'll come back to that. I'm gonna grab this whole thing as a subassembly. Well, let me just make sure. Do we want some backup electrical systems? We got the Gigantors. Extend those out. I think a backup electrical system would be a good idea. Because then we can shut down the nuclear reactor. That thing doesn't need to operate 24/7. I don't think there's anything else I really want to add to this, though. I think that's done. Let's... Subassemblies. Manned interplanetary crew module. It's a bulky name, but it's fine. Yeah, okay, so that's saved there. Alright, let's go back to the task at hand, which is getting all of this liquid hydrogen up into orbit. Is this stuff gonna evaporate? We got 12 tons of liquid hydrogen here. I don't know, maybe it will evaporate. That'd be unfortunate if it did. This is going to take probably a lot of booster. This is going to be the most expensive section to launch from a launch vehicle perspective. We do have the skiff upper stage now, which I'm going to use here because it's got more, if I remember correctly, it has way more thrust. 300 kilonewtons, 330 seconds of ISP. The Poodle has 250, so it's got an additional 50 kilonewtons of thrust in vacuum, also more in atmosphere. At a trade-off of slightly lower ISP. Still gets us a good ISP overall, or a good delta V overall. 0.7 is not bad. 0.7 is enough to get this up. Here's the goofy part, though. And we tested this, so I know it's big enough. Is the fairing has to be somewhat silly in size. It's somewhat silly in size. Just a little silly. I like that better. Oh, we need comms. We need comms. We need comms. Otherwise, this is all for nothing. Antenna can go right there. Alright, coupling, another TD25. Now for the main stage, we're going to do the dual Rockomax with the mainsail again. That'll get it off the launch pad. I don't know if that's going to get it to orbit, though. So, when in doubt, if you don't know if something's going to get to orbit or not, what do? You throw a booster on it. Specifically, my beloved liquid detachable boosters. Now it'll probably get to orbit just fine. Oh, that's the wrong. Haha. Wrong part. Okay. Mainsail. Boosters. Excuse me. Do we think that's going to get to orbit? Maybe. Again, when in doubt, let's just How much does this cost? Two grand? Yeah, we can add 2 grand for this. It's just long. It's tall and it's long. I think it needs fins. To counteract that giant fairing, we're going to throw fins on it. Good news to all you fin lovers out there. It's got fins. $102,000 total. Nuclear rocket fuel section. Save. Yep, there it is. All right, let's try it. Now, with the FTL mod, I think it makes you actually manage cryogenics. Like, you actually have to think about cryo. So, liquid hydrogen on its own is going to evaporate. It's going to boil off in space. The payload is, the payload is basically like those tennis ball tubes you get. She flies about as awkwardly as she looks. I'm gonna have to be real careful with this. She feels like she's about to... No, not on this one. She's pitching up. She's pitching up. I don't want to lock prograde just yet. Not just yet. Because once you lock prograde early on in the flight, your arc just starts to collapse. And your gravity turns really strong. I'm trying to wait on the gravity turn a little bit. Okay, let's fly prograde now. I think she's stable. Yeah. This is not quite the Apollo. Also, the Mastodon engine is on the 3.25 meter fuel tanks, so that's a whole other, discussion. We've unlocked those, but they're wicked expensive, and I'm trying to get away with using the cheaper stuff for as long as I can. We're on a... Remember, we are on a budget here. I don't have infinite monies. As much as I wish I did, I don't. This mission's also going to have a rendezvous. What happened to that contract I got? Which one, dude? We've knocked out a lot of contracts. I've done a lot of contracts in my day. Gonna burn slightly down. Try and keep my apoapsis from going past the target orbit here as much as I can. Alright, there's our tennis balls. They're in orbit, or almost in orbit. We're suborbital. We'll definitely get to orbit. We got 1,500 meters per second of delta V left, which is a lot. It's plenty. I'm definitely overfueling, because I want more capability than I need, not less. Better to be over-prepared for stuff like this. Our inclination's a little off. We will have to do a rendezvous burn. Okay. That's orbit. Let's rendezvous. Uh-oh. It is boiling off. Oh, son of a gun. I have no electric charge either. Ooh, problem. When it runs out of electric charge, the hydrogen starts to boil off. Okay, hold on. So what happened is, one, I don't have control of this craft. Because I'm oriented the wrong way, and my solar panels aren't getting exposed to the sunlight. Well, they're slightly getting exposed to sunlight. Are you getting any sun down there? No, it says it's not getting any sun down there. Okay. And I'm losing fuel. Okay. Oof, 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 oof. I was right to put solar panels on this. I didn't realize that it would run out of electric charge so fast. I think the design itself is fundamentally fine. No. The design itself is fine. The problem was how I flew it. So when I get to orbit, I need to orient it probably like normal or anti-normal so that the solar panels are exposed. We'll test this out. If I can keep the solar panels exposed, it's got enough batteries. We'll see if that's enough to keep it charged. It does use a decent amount of electric charge just to maintain that. Those burn out real fast with the mainsail. It wants to pitch up. It really wants to pitch up here. Like, it really wants to pitch up. Alright, we'll go prograde. It really wants to go pitch up. It's fighting it. I can see SAS pitching down constantly to hold it. It's getting a little bit more controllable now that we're in the upper atmosphere. The higher up we go, the less that's being affected. Uh, but it was fighting it for a second there. Thing's fighting demons. Okay, we'll keep it on a pro-grade burn now. I just gotta remember, whatever I do, I need to keep my solar panels exposed. Because as soon as I throttle down, look, my electric charge is bleeding. The cryo on these tanks is pretty intense. Even with the engine running low throttle, I'm bleeding cryo. Hold on. I got some structural wiggles. Oh, I might need the big solar panels. That's a lot of electrical consumption, dude. That's soaking up a lot of power. Dang, I don't know. I don't even think I have enough batteries to make this work now. Alright, let's just see if it has enough solar power when exposed to sunlight. Okay, good. We're gonna do one revolution like this and see if it has. So these solar panels are actually enough. That's good. Let's see if it has the battery capacity to keep those solar panels charged during the nighttime. The answer might be no. Ah, the answer is yes! Whew, just barely. It's just barely got enough juice in it. Man, maybe I should have gone for the extra set. And will the solar panels fully charge it before it goes under the night side? Yes. Look at that. Alright, so electric charge is fine. Let's switch to our nuclear rocket section. Now that that's up there and it's stable, that's good. That means I can maintain the cryo and I don't have to worry about losing fuel while it sits in orbit. So long as it's got sunlight exposure, it'll be fine. This section has the nuclear reactor on board, which is generating power. Appears to be generating power. Or at least the cryo on this is far less demanding. That's actually probably what it is. Yeah, power 0.2 kilowatts out of 0.2 kilowatts. I don't know what the conversion between kilowatts and units of electric charge is. Like how many joules or watt hours a one charge unit is. These are doing fine. Okay, let's do the rendezvous. So we've got our vehicle. Set that as the target. Now it's behind us. If we go retrograde, the RCS system. I guess we got to use RCS for this. Get it. Get it oriented. Please stop wasting monoprop. Okay, that's enough. You've had enough monopropellant. Just planning out how I want to approach this. So I'm going to lower my periapsis. And we're going to have the periapsis sitting below the target apoapsis. And the trick is just to keep it out of the atmosphere. That's close enough. All right, RCS can go off. Now, its periapsis is 72. So I'm going to go retrograde again and lower this number down to 72 as well. This will be our intercept point. Good enough. RCS can go off. Let's come to the descending node. We're going to point normal. The RCS system seems to really want to fight me here, but that's okay. We can work with it. I'm gonna fly manual with RCS for a second, because it really wants to fight me here. Oh, that's the wrong way. No, I'm pointing the wrong way. 50, 50, 90. I was pointing south. Okay, hold on. Let's point north real quick. There we go. All right, that should be close enough. I'm still losing electric charge. The reactor is actually not generating enough electricity right now. And I thought it would. I don't care as much if this one boils off because this is way less, but I don't want it to boil off. Maybe we switch back to the other one. Maybe it won't boil off if I'm controlling the other one. What are we doing right now? We're docking the nuclear engine to the fuel tanks, which has become a more challenging endeavor than I realized. Because, one, these are heavy, and two, managing cryogenics is a bigger challenge than I realized. So we're learning. We're making some beginner mistakes that are proving to be useful learning opportunities for us. But now we're in a more traditional rendezvous, and I should see an intersection show up around here relatively soon as we get closer. Okay. It's getting closer, all right. Nice and slow rendezvous. That's what I want. It's getting closer. It's almost here. Yes. Green Juno New Origins. We're rendezvousing our sections. We're starting to assemble the rocket. That's what we're up to right now. Okay. That's a rendezvous. Let's point our solar panels back into the sunlight. We just need to get them oriented so that they'll capture those sweet, sweet sun rays that we need ever so much. No. Stability assist. Stop pointing retrograde. We're done pointing retrograde. We're pointing this way now. There we go. We're pointing this way now. Good. Keep that electric charge up. We need it. Okay, here comes the rendezvous. Here they come. Switch to target. Trying to push our prograde vector onto the target normal vector. There we go. There we go. Now we can go retrograde. All right, here comes the rendezvous, everybody. There it is. There's the nuclear rocket way, way down there. 500 meters and closing rapidly. We'll go ahead and kill some of that off. Yeah. Okay. Okay. 150. Get to a little within 100 meters of it. And then we'll switch. Kill the relative velocity out. Okay. I'm going to flip us. We're going to point right at it. I'm going to point at the target vector. We're going to have them point at each other, and then we're going to use the RCS on the engine module to actually connect them. Then we'll separate out the fuel tanks, or the boosters, and that should be it. So we're pointing, switch. RCS. Docking mode, rotation. And we're rotating. That's great. Oh, you know what? Let's decouple that, shall we? That'll probably help with control. Stability assist, please. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay. I have it under control now, which is good. My RCS thruster placement was not perfect. So we're having some issues. If I had a like set of reaction wheels, this would probably be easier, but I don't. So, whoops. It, this is actually coming along pretty well, all things considered. I knew there would be challenges. It's just a fact of the matter. The design's not perfect. I make no, you know, I make no like promises about how good the design is. It's got some room for improvement for sure. My piloting skills also not like the most legendary. I'm no Jebediah Kerbin. But I think... There we go. That's the vector. I think... we're looking pretty well lined up here. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Look at that. And it is, in fact, charging, which is awesome. Okay, SAS on. She's wiggly. I guess I can probably ditch this, huh? That'll help with some of the weight. We'll definitely get an engineer out here to strut this up. All the weight and those poor little docking ports are they're fighting for their lives, man. Will this orientation keep it charged? I don't know. Can I turn it? It's not letting me turn it, which is somewhat concerning. Well, let's just see how she handles juice. She might be fine. This might be fine. Let's just make sure that the orientation it's currently in is stable. I think it is. Ah, no more boiling off now. Shoot, it's not stable. It's not stable. Mayday, mayday. It's not a stable orientation. And I don't have... Oh, wait. Here we go. Shoot. All right, problem. We're boiling off, and I don't have... She's out of juice. No. Look. We're not talking about a design issue. We're talking about current flight critical issues with the ship. So here's what needs to happen. I need to go to the Space Center right now. We need to put... No, I can't. I have no electric charge. It ran out of charge, and the solar panels aren't bringing it back. That's the problem. And I wasn't able to put it on a normal angle because the silly little probes don't know which one's in control, so they both gave up. Dang it. It's boiling. Yeah, it's boiling. All right, so to prevent further crisis, we're going to launch the next stage right now. And we're going to rendezvous as soon as possible. Well, the extra thing we're adding is just going to be the thing, right? Like, we're just adding the thing. Let's just do this quickly. Subassembly, Manned interplanetary cruise vessel vehicle thing. Yeah, we're in an unfortunate situation, and the best answer I've got for you right now is let's just finish it. The quickest way out here is through. I'm going to throw the docking port back on there because it came off. Nope. Hold on. I don't like how the docking ports in this game think. It's like it's in a sideways orientation. When I click on it, though, it's upside down. There we go. Do we send the Kerbals up? Do we send them up now? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats. We could, like, build the crew now. The big 3 are going on. That's just a must. He can sit in here. We'll send one more scientist. Daphmore is still on psychological analysis. We'll send Hayden. I'll send Matt Dorf. 5-man crew? Yeah, load them up ASAP. Well, while we're in the vehicle assembly building, time is paused. So, you know, here we have all the time in the world to think about what our next action is. Thankfully, this won't be super complicated. I think I have everything I need for this. We will need monoprop. And we will need RCS. So let's look at our center of mass. Center of mass is right smack dab in the middle of the lab. Let's have command and control. We'll go for the big blocks. And having 2 sets of these does make it happier. On either end of the ship. And then fuel tanks. Or monoprop tanks like that. Should be plenty. That should be plenty. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Let's build out the coupling. So it's going to use the TD12 decoupler. Payload. There we go. Forgot what I was doing for a second. Okay. How much does this thing weigh? 15 tons total. It's lighter. We'll go with the Skiff. Skiff's good. Skiff's a good engine. Return capsule? Man, shut up. No. So again, the shuttle, don't think of this like a ship that's going to return on its own. This whole thing stays in space. Once it's up, it doesn't come back down. To get things to and from it, we're going to send service missions to it. And what I would like to have is for refueling, we have like a refuel depot on Minmus, basically, or we get an asteroid. That'd be cool to do the refueling work. The other thing I was thinking of is we could throw a couple detachable external tanks to top off the liquid hydrogen, but I don't think it's worth it. Not for this. It's not worth it for this. We can If we boil off a lot of liquid hydrogen to where we're concerned about it, I can just send a refueling mission. The only thing with asteroids is I don't know if I can break asteroids down to water. Because whatever I mine, I need to be able to process it into water. That's like the only stipulation. Okay, let's add our jumbo 64s. We're going to do orange for this, because I like orange. And then the mainsail. It's probably enough. But just to be sure... Just to be sure. Just to be on the safe side, you know? Because, like, probably enough. Like, it's probably going to be enough, and it's definitely going to be enough. You know. Those are two separate words. And solid rocket boosters are cheap. So, let's throw a couple of those on there. That's not on straight. There we go. And yes, I'll add the Separatrons to it. Don't worry. Aerodynamics, advanced nose cones, engines, Separatrons. Structural. Okay. Good enough. Good enough for government work. That'll definitely do. Why not rotate the Separatrons? Why would I want to rotate the Separatrons? Interplanetary crew module. Save, launch. Yes, yeah. So I've got an electrolyzer on this ship, right? And my idea is if I can mine water and basically have a water tank, a water shuttle, water truck, whatever you want to call it, some spaceship that just moves lots of water. And maybe it's like liquid oxygen. I don't know. Man, I don't know. Maybe it just brings the ice. I'm not sure. Okay, electric charge is good. Throttle up. Okay, this rocket is on its way. It looks pretty good. Yeah, to eat the ice. That's the goal, is just to eat up some ice. And I think Gilly has ice on it. Not 100% sure. Alright, these solid rocket boosters are certainly kicking me up. But I would like to go more sideways, please. Okay. Well, if I launch more flat, then I'd probably be slightly still ahead of them. But as it stands, I'm not so... Alright, let's... Hold on. Revert to launch. That was sloppy. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know Duna itself has ice on its poles, but to try and, like... not super efficient, because you got to carry a lot of mass up for that kind of operation. So you really want a low gravitational influence body to be your source. Okay, we're going to pitch over a little bit more aggressively here. Because I didn't realize how long these kickback boosters burn for. They burn for a long time. Like a long, long time. So much that the mainsail's basically off. I'm basically just rising on the boosters. Do you have any planet packs? No, I do not. Definitely not on this save, and I don't have any like intentions of downloading any right now. So, Kerbal Space Program again is not my primary space sim of choice. I prefer Juno New Origins, as I believe it to be the better space sim game. Controversial, I know, but it's just my opinion. All right. Oh, we've lost it. Hold on. We lost it. She's unstable. Gosh darn it. Vehicle assembly. She's wobbling. She's wobbling. I need to strut this thing. Is there any good spot to attach struts on this? I guess like here is the only option, really. Is that going to be good enough though? Better be. Oh, and you know what else I should probably add? Is one of these bad boys. So that we have two of them total on the vehicle. Which means I need to edit the fairing. There we go. Save, launch. No auto strut? That's a thing? Is that like a mod? No. I don't, since I don't know what you're talking about, the answer is probably no. As a general rule in life, if you don't know what someone is talking about, then it probably doesn't apply to you. Not 100% of a rule, but a general rule. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab something real quick, and then we'll launch this. We do have to wait, so I'm trying to time. And timing this is tricky, but I'm trying to time my launch so that I'm already at an intercept. Settings, advanced tweakables, turn on. Okay, I'll do that maybe in the future. We'll see. But I will be right back. Give me like 15 seconds. Okay, I am back. Let's go ahead and time warp a little bit. Right about here. Launch. Roll. And then we can kind of control our intercept a little bit. If I were really good, I could absolutely control it. But I haven't quite mastered this. But by changing the rate I ascend versus accelerate laterally, I can kind of control my approach here to the station. Like NASA probably can do it perfectly every time. I can just guesstimate in this game, you know? It's pretty quick, and once you added it, it's saved to all your saves, I think. Okay. I'll try that out. I actually don't mind doing my own struts, you know? We're doing a real slow ascent right here because, again, I'm trying to control it. Maybe we just burn this way. I guess, you know what? Here's a thought. If we just burn relative to the target, then theoretically, we get the intercept right here. If we have 0 relative velocity between us and the nuclear rocket section, then that's our intercept. This might actually be perfect. I don't know yet, but it might be perfect. We're about to find out. Actually, yeah, this is... So if you just make your relative velocity to the target 0, then that does in fact get you an intercept. So we're still in our launch, and there's the there's the nuclear rocket section up there. Dude, we just pulled that off. Are you guys seeing? No. Whatever conversations you're trying to have with me right now, we just did a direct ascent to intercept. Do you understand? Like, Kerbal Space Center is right there, and we are already 1.6 kilometers away. I timed that accidentally, admittedly, but I timed that perfectly. Now all we have to do is point at the target and burn. And we're done. Literally perfect timing. I could not have saved more time if I had tried. Let's do a quick burn towards. Get my velocity vector on him. And I'm just going to do one big old boop. All right, now we're going to point well, we'll just point retrograde. Look at that. We've not made it one full revolution around the planet, and I have my intercept. No time warp required. We are real time directly to the station. Oh, hold on. Control from here. Wait, we have a problem. Houston, we may have a problem. I didn't put an actual antenna on this. Fuck. Sorry. Apologize for the French. But we fucked that up. We still managed to fuck that up. In my haste to get the vehicle into orbit, in my haste to make that rendezvous, we forgot a mission critical piece of hardware. We forgot comms, everybody. We need comms to make this thing work. No, I know. But at least we know that we can do what we did there. And if I've done it once, I can do it again. Because really all that happened is we got close, and then I went from orbital frame of reference to a target frame of reference, and I just burned at the target. Which, that's not super complicated. Let's also, since we're having to reassign crew and everything, I don't know why Jebediah left the cupola module. But since we're here, no, wrong. Oops, wrong button. Let's go back to vehicle assembly. Structural. I'm just bringing a bunch of struts because those are almost always worth bringing. Do we want to bring additional solar panels? The Gigantor arrays should be enough. But maybe we want to bring some more. Hold on, let me adjust my microphone a little bit. There we go. Maybe we want to bring some more solar panels. I don't think we need... We don't need them, though. We've got enough thermal. We didn't really put any science on this either. But man, we really skipped a couple steps in this whole process here. Because we were panicking. Man, I don't know. Ooh, repair kits. We definitely want some repair kits. Probably a bunch. We'll bring a bunch of repair kits. Extra EVA fuel cylinders. Sure. Those are good to have on hand. And then I didn't really have this in mind at the time, but since we're reconfiguring things here, it would be smart to have this setup be Kerbal friendly. So some mobility enhancers along the hull for ease of access to all the different points. What's my Duna landing target? We're not initially gonna... We'll land on Duna and then pick a target. I want to get to Duna first, and then we can figure it out from there. Do we want to put a relay on it? Yeah, we'll put a relay on it. A relay dish is nice enough to have. Is that going to stick out? It is going to stick out. Is there a place we can put it where it isn't going to stick out? I don't want to put it on the cupola. Let's put it on the back. Yeah, that works. Hold on. No, not that way. Just point it out and then tuck it in. Yeah, that sits there well enough. Okay. Let's throw some science on it, I guess. The Gravmax, Gravioli detector. Too hot. We didn't even put a Science Junior on this guy. What are we doing, guys? We need a Science Junior. There we go. I hate how that looks. Do we really need a Science Junior? I don't think we need a Science Junior. That can go on the lander. Disregard. Science Junior is staying off. That can go there. That can go there. We'll put an experimental storage module on here. Purely for the utility of it. Because it makes for a convenient way. I can basically take all the data off all the experiments. Have a guy come out, collect it, go back in. Which makes it easier. Put that there. Mystery goo? Mystery goo up here, maybe? Up there? I could put a survey scanner on this after the fact. Do I have room? Hold on. No, I can't. Never mind. I was going to say I could put something up there, but that's not going to work. Let's... As an insurance policy? No, we don't. We really don't need that. Well, it's kind of a good thing that we're doing this because I probably would have screwed it up somehow. Some spotlights might be a good addition. To illuminate the tanks. You know, have a little light shining on the fuel tanks. And then also some dome lights we can put on the vessel. Like that. Okay. And Jeb's in the pilot. Why did everyone get out? Everyone get back in. Hayden, Bob, Bill, Mattdorf. Which leaves us with 3 pilots and a scientist on the ground. If you collect all science and bring it to Kerbal, what's the point of 1? Because... Are you talking about the antennas? So that I can keep control of the vessel if I take all the Kerbals off. Regardless of range. And there are some reports that are just better to transmit. So like EVA reports, you can just transmit an EVA report. Same for like crew reports. Those have no loss for recovery versus transmit. So might as well just transmit it right back to Kerbal so we get the science. Also, I have a science lab on board the ship, right? That science lab has to process all of the data and then transmit the science back to Kerbal. So one way or another, you need comms. Even a totally manned mission where you don't need comms for control, you need comms for the science recovery. Because I'm not going to bring the science back to Kerbal. I'm going to process the science in situ, and then transmit the results back. Okay. Let's try this again. I think we can do this a little better. I don't think I pitched over enough on that last launch, and so it left me in a weird spot. But this time, I think I'm going to pitch over enough. Beep, boop, beep. Yep, you're beeping at me, all right. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Go prograde. Stability system pitch over, maybe? That still was a little flat. Okay. This might not be quite as good. Not quite as close. I think we can still get it reasonably close. Like, it's going to pass ahead of us here. This is actually CPA with them right now. But we can catch up. Yeah, we did not do that one quite as well. But it should be okay. We'll still catch him. This is where having a deep understanding of orbital mechanics helps. And by deep understanding of orbital mechanics, I mean I'm just going to close them as fast as I can. And that's it. We're gonna sprint at him. Yeah, kind of. 13.6 kilometers. But due to the need to expedite, you'll see my orbit is actually going to be really wonky. Because I'm putting myself in this crazy high energy orbit. But all I'm doing is, at this point, all I'm doing is pointing at him and burning. I'm not spinning. I'm fine. We're fine. This time it's under control. The problem last time, and I didn't realize this, Jebediah wasn't in the cockpit. In fact, Jebediah wasn't even on the craft. I don't know how Jebediah somehow snuck off the craft, but somewhere between assembly and everything else, he literally got off. And nobody knows where he went. Oh, too far. Retrograde. Oh, blew past him. Too much time warp, everyone. Brakes! brakes! Hit the brakes! I'm gonna give it a little bit more. I've got 1,000 meters per second of delta V. I think this deorbits us. Yeah, our current course deorbits us. But I'm just trying to close them fast. We're back in orbit. That little kick put us back in orbit. Okay, closing. This time, everything is going according to plan, everybody. Still a quick intercept. Not quite as perfect as that last one. That last one's kind of unbeatable, though. I mean, come on. That was ridiculous. Okay. It's time to break away. Switch to RCS only. How turnable is this module? It's not too bad. Let's turn the lights on. No, 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 no. Stability assist, please. Silly rocket. You don't even know which way I want you to point. RCS on, docking on. First, let's push up. Push forwards. Down. Nope, down. We're going to control from here. Set that as the target. Okay, line the vectors up. That's dock. Okay. So we have electric charge again. We have some electric charge. Shit is wobbly. Let's turn SAS off. We're going to activate these Gigantor receivers. Our radiator fins are getting warm. That's nice. They can get a lot hotter. Eventually it'll come up into some sort of homeostasis. Okay. Well, we've docked. That was a nice fast intercept. We are kind of ready to go. Like we could leave Kerbin. This thing's ready to leave. But before we actually leave, Bill's gonna hop out. And we're gonna do some construction work. So I've got way down here. And I guess I didn't put ladders all the way down, which kind of was a mistake on my part. But it's fine. He can manage. Let's turn the lights on. Let's also turn SAS on so the shift holds still. No, let's turn SAS off so it doesn't wiggle. Okay. Bob, you're going to have to do this on a wiggly ship. Oh, hold on. Get back under control. Get back under control. Kind of misplaced that. I should have added more handholds, apparently. Oh, and he can't carry any of those on his inventory. Those are too big. Okay. This isn't going to be perfect, but it will alleviate some of the wobbles. And the more I add, the better it actually looks. It's not too bad. There we go. Okay. Let's move this dual technique magnetometer, shall we? Can I move it? Is this something I'm allowed to move? No? That's great. So that's just going to be in the way. Okay, well, in that case, let's just get this as close as we can. All right, any other things? Apparently, I can't... Apparently, I can't directly add here, huh? That's against the rules. If the space station would hold still, or not the space station, if the ship would hold still, this would be easier, you know. All right. SAS on. Is it still wobbly? Is it controllably wobbly? It's a little bit more rigid. That's definitely an improvement. Like, that's definitely an improvement. I would guess the only other thing I could do is add struts from here to here. Yeah, I need a strut. I need to strut this joint. Because it's the docking adapters. The docking adapters are the wiggle points, basically. Let's control from here. There we go. No, that doesn't want to work. Can I control from here? Or am I out of charge? Am I out of charge? No, I've still got charge. Okay, let's time warp. There we go. There we go. All right. Fuel boil off has been averted. We only lost a little bit of fuel. If you look at our liquid hydrogen reserves, it's really not too bad. Just a little bit. Okay. But we still haven't solved the rigidity problem fully. We've improved it. We haven't solved it. Let's see if we can get Bill out here again. And do some more work. It would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice if we could... Okay, so there is seriously no attachment point for these on the tanks. What if I come down here? A little lower. How low can I go? Can I get a little closer? Just straight up, the answer is no. Man, but I need the struts that are over here. Hold on. Maybe I can get closer. I gotta figure out a way to finagle a strut all the way to the other side of the tank. Because it looks like the second attachment point on the strut is letting me put it on the fuel tanks. But the first attachment point, it won't let me put on the fuel tanks. So is there a point, like, way down here? No, now I can't even grab it at all. So I need to be closer. Man! I need to strut. I just need to put a couple of struts right here. But how do I get them? And apparently they're too heavy to carry on my back. Because that was my other option, is I just put it on my back. But it's 0.95 tons. So they're too heavy. So I can put them back in here. But even, and let me just experiment with this. No, okay, so I could, that's a terrible idea, but I could theoretically. Do we need to send like a little probe ship up here with a couple extra struts and then have Bill fly out and attach the struts? Is that what we really need to do? Like, is that where we've come? I'll do it. Do we want to do that? Do you want to do another rapid rendezvous? Everybody? Because like I'm not gonna fly this and have it wiggle apart and blow itself up. That's a terrible idea right there. If I ever heard of one. All right. Well, here's what we can do. Let's get everything set up on the ship. Run a magnetometer report. Why not? Process it in the lab. That'll at least give the lab something to do. Log magnetospheric data. Process that in the lab. Why not? Anything else? Log gravity data. Process it in the lab. So now we've got some. Now we've got some science. We can, at the very least, be doing research up here so that it's not a total waste. Right? It's not a total waste. Could have been real cool. Could have been real cool. Could have been real cool, but it wasn't. All right. So here's my idea. Let's do a resupply mission of sorts. Sort of a resupply mission. Here's my idea. We make a real basic rocket. Real basic. It just shuttles up supplies. It's gonna use a clampetron to grab onto the ship. It's gonna have some struts. It's gonna have some RCS. It's gonna have some ladders. Because I think I can put some more ladders on this thing. Let's save this, make a new rocket. Okay, here we go. Here we go, gang. You want to see my brilliant idea? This is it right here. This is it. The most practical little rocket I could launch. And we're doing it on a budget. We're doing it on a big budget. Throw a little inline reaction wheel system in there. Yeah. Cargo. We're going to grab one of these little guys. Cute, ain't it? Fuel tanks. And then we're also going to grab... Boop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, maybe 6. Like that. Okay. Let's go into the cargo. So what do I want to put on this? We needed some more struts. Right? Struts. At least 8 more. And then utility. Some more ladders. I'm going to put ladders all over this thing, actually. So that Bob can get out and do repair work. Couple of illuminators, maybe? I think illuminators would be good. That's probably enough. Just some building materials. Anything else? Nah, that's about it. Okay. Engines. Terrier. You already know it. Hold on. Payload. go. Coupling. Advanced Grabbing Unit Junior. So what this will let me do is I can pop it just about anywhere I want. Does that leave my center of mass right there? RCS thrusters, coupling, fuel tanks. Let's grab the long skinny boys. Engines. I'm going to go Kodiak this time. But then, since it's the Kodiak... No, that doesn't work. That's actually not worth it. I thought that'd be worth it. It's not. Swivel. Maybe it is worth it. What's the Kodiak give me? Better. Kodiak and some vernier thrusters. RCS. Yeah, RCS is on board up here. And some fins. There we go. All right. Oh, and some comms. Sorry, we're not done. The pieces I always forget now. Antenna, important. And some batteries. There we go. Hold on. Now my OCD is making me want to redesign this to be better. I was trying to do it just quick and dirty, but now I'm actually trying to make a nice little rocket here. Okay, I think that's good. No, we're going Kodiak, my guys. We didn't even go with the Reliant. We went Kodiak. We went totally different direction with it. Because the Kodiak actually has better performance. Let's try it. We're just going to whip this up here. Wait, I added electrical panels. Or solar panels, didn't I? Do I have head trauma or something? I think the COVID shot made me stupid, guys. I didn't put solar panels on it. Yep. Clocky Clock's over here like chuckling to himself because he's watching me make these stupid mistakes and he's not telling me about it until after the fact. Thanks, Clocky Clock. Always got my back, buddy. Ah! Not that one. That one. It's the chat delay. It's the chat delay. Look, you can only blame the chat delay so much, my guy. At some point, you're just going to have to own up and take some responsibility, all right? I swear we'll get this ship to Duna before the end of the stream. Okay, so the words end stream came out of my mouth, and on my YouTube page, I swear to God, I'm not hallucinating. It just gave me the option to end the stream. It's like, do you want to end the stream? Oh, wait, what am I doing? Hold on, revert to launch. I'm being silly. I'm being silly this time. This is me being silly. We're going to do the exact same rendezvous maneuver we pulled off just a minute ago. And we're going to direct ascent to rendezvous. So where's my target? A little close, but I think we can make it work. It'll be fine. No, I put solar panels on it. I put solar panels on it so that it wouldn't drain. This isn't as good of a rendezvous. We're going to be a little behind. Dang it. All right, hold on. We were too late. It was we launched too late. We need to launch a little earlier to pull that off. We're learning though. We're learning how to do this direct ascent to rendezvous. As soon as I can make direct ascent to rendezvous like this repeatable, that's when it's a game changer, guys. All right. So I think out about here. Right about there. That launch was also wicked inefficient. This is looking a little better. There we go. See? See? That's what it's supposed to look like right there. So now we're going to be slightly ahead. So I'm going to pop up above their orbit. I'm going to lock target, retrograde. As they pass under us. Hold on. Stop time warping. Stage that. Okay. Well, they passed under us a little too fast, but that's all right. Oopsies. And there goes the debris from all the assembly we did. It's like a worse version of that launch we did earlier. Now I've burned up too much Delta V. All right, all right. So with the direct ascent, you've got to be either on the money or just don't do it, or have a wicked amount of excess Delta V. This cheapo rocket just doesn't have it in it, so we're not going to try fooling around with that anymore. Instead, I'm going to let them get close-ish. Like, let's get them on the horizon. About there. That's fine. Now we'll launch. This thing takes off like a missile. Okay. Just dock the normal way. No! No! Well, we basically are on this launch. This launch is going to be a normal. More normal approach, at least. I'm not going to try to do anything super fancy here. Except maybe wait to accelerate just a little bit. Okay. Actually, oh, wait. We did it. We did it, boys. We actually did it this time. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to figure out how this direct ascent thing needs to go down to make it work. I'm starting to figure it out. This will be nearly a perfect one. Nearly. I did say nearly. It won't be quite perfect, but it'll be close. There's the ship. Let's go ahead and arm this. All this for some struts, man. All of this for some struts. I could have just known I would need struts, put a couple conformal containers on the side of this and called it good. But no, all this for some struts. Okay. I'm going to grab this radiator fin right here. No? Okay, hold on. Maybe I need to be more, like, right on it. I could understand that. Maybe I need to, like, directly grab it. There we go. All right. All righty. That's progress. Okay, Bill, time to EVA. Get out. Let's go attach some struts and then we'll move this supply tug over here. So one thing I'm going to do right away. I'm going to put one of these ladders right here. We'll make it two. We'll make it two ladders. Never mind. Can I do it now? There we go. All right, now, Bill, grab the ladder. Grab the ladder. Grab the ladder, Bill. There we go. All right, now we don't have to float around no more. That'll make the rest of this much simpler. So let's go here. To here? No? What about farther back? Well, why would you fall off like that, Bill? That seems kind of silly, doesn't it? There we go. Hold on to the ladder, Bill. Do not let go of the ladder. Bill, why did you let go of the ladder again? Bill, you gotta stop letting go of the ladder. Bill? Gosh darn it, Bill. Are you gonna do this every time I attach one? Are you gonna let go of the ladder every time we attach one of these? It's gonna get real tiresome, Bill. Bill! What are you doing? What are you doing, Bill? Hold on to the ladder, please. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Lost strut. Bill is outbound. Why? Okay, we're not going to hold on to the ladder. I guess Bill doesn't like ladders, everyone. He doesn't like ladders, and he doesn't want to hold on to it. In fact, that time he flung himself as hard as he possibly could from the ladder. So we're just going to float. Right, Bill? Just going to float. Nice and chill. No reason to stress out, Bill. I'm just going to float. Stop wiggling around, Bill. You got one more ladder to place, Bill. Or one more strut to place. You can do it. I believe in you. You're a big boy. Let's adjust these. Be a little higher up. Same for this one. Okay. All right, Bill. We did it. Good job, buddy. Look at that. Now that is a nicely designed spaceship. Am I right, guys? Am I right or am I right? That's a nice spaceship right there. I like the addition of the ladders here as a grab point for EVA work. If I were real cool, I would have trusses and ladders going all the way over the top, so you could climb all the way from the command module down. But I'm not real cool. These trusses have come undone, so that's interesting. Bill looks like he's having a good time, at least. Okay, here's a... Bill. EVA propellant is not a limitless resource, Bill. Let's simmer down here. Bill, the solar panels. Could I help you in your Juno New Origins build? Maybe, depends. But maybe. We're not going to attach that one there. That one's going to be shorter. To make way for the ComSat. Or the dish, the comm dish. Okay, now why did all of these break? Or at least stop being connected? Because I distinctly remember them being connected. Right? Am I crazy? I don't think I'm crazy. These struts better not be breaking or anything. That would annoy me. If these struts broke... No, we're not touching ladders right now. At least not right now. Bill doesn't like ladders. Don't you know? Let's see. I do wish I could reposition that dual technique magnetometer. It seemed like a good place for it at the time, but now it's definitely just in the way. Green Juno New Origins. The link? You can't post links in YouTube chat. It won't let you. It's a spam prevention measure. No, you can't post any hyperlink text in YouTube chat. I don't even think it'll let you post URLs. I think it filters URLs too. It's part of a data protection policy they have. Because it's too easy for, and not saying that you're doing this, obviously, but it's too easy for someone to maliciously put like a virus or a link to a virus website in a Steam chat, or not a Steam chat, but a Twitch or a YouTube live stream chat, and then get a bunch of people to click on it. Bill, this would be a lot easier if you would just cooperate. Watch this hyperlink text. It should not let you. And if it does let you, then I need to go and adjust something in my settings, because I do not want people just posting links willy-nilly. That would be bad. Come on, Bill. One more. Just do one more and you can take a break. Oh, I see what I did wrong here. I was like, these aren't symmetrical, but I see what I did wrong. This one goes here. Okay, now that's a satisfying layout, right? Like, that looks good. I think we can all agree that looks good. Bill, no. Bill. Get yourself under control, dude. Oh, God. Oh, God. He was just going to grab a ladder. He is still spinning, and the ship is leaving him. He's still spinning. That's not bad. This isn't better! There we go. Where's the ship? Where's the ship? Where's the ship? The ship's right there. Bill. Yeah, I understand that he's been flung, but he'll stop, right? Like, he'll stop spinning, right? If I switch vehicles and switch back to him? No, he's still going. Is he slowing down? Bill, no! Time Warp didn't fix it. Alright, we're going to use the cheat menu. I'm against using cheats. Except for this, like I didn't do anything wrong. The game just flung me. KSP cheat teleport Kerbal to ship. I don't know what cheat set orbit. I just want him to stop spinning. I just want him to stop spinning. It's normal. Bro, press click. What are you talking about? Press click for version info. Talking about in options? You are speaking in 1 to 2 word sentences. You're not even making complete thoughts. All right, one will quick save. Then we'll pause. What's the debug? Alt F12. Alt F12. Version info. Wait. What? Under quick main menu, what? Like down here? Oh, gotcha. This button takes you to cheats. It's fine. Cheats, set orbit. Oh. I see. It's not giving me one. Yeah. I see what you're saying, but it's not. Hold on. Is Bill deorbited? No, he's not deorbited. That wasn't fast enough to deorbit. Let's try again. Set orbit. Here we go. You set debris has been set. Is this in the order of when they were launched? Because that'd be annoying. I should really clean up my man, I really should clean up my debris. Here we go. There we go. I'm still spinning. I'm not moving anymore. Let's try getting closer. Well, this is dumb. All right. Hold on. Let's do this. I'm going to save. Because this is a relatively, at least, stable situation where he's not flying away. Here's my idea. I don't know if this is a good idea, but here's my idea. Jeff's going to get him. Now, this could do one of two things. This could A, slow Bill down and bump him towards the craft, or B, send Bill completely careening out of control and Jebediah out of control. I love this game. Unless Clocky Clock, you got a better idea? Because I just need to arrest his angular velocity right now. All right, Bill. So, all right, so Jeb's fine. Bill's wandering off again. He is spinning slower, though. Okay. Same thing. Why did I hear rockets? I heard rockets. Did anyone else hear rockets burning? I swear I heard rockets burning. I didn't like it. All right, Bill. All right, let's hey Bill, let's settle down up here. I know you're freaking out a little bit. But I just need you to calm down, all right? Can you calm down for me, Bill? Bill does not want to calm down. Bill? Ooh. That might have done it. That might have done it. Hey, all right, there we go. So maybe we quick save before we do EVA maintenance on the ship every time to avoid future issues like this. Let's get Bill grabbed onto something. That's the ship. Now Jeb has flown off. A little extra vehicular activity. Let's EVA report and keep that. Might as well, since we're out here. No, I like the ladders. Ladders are good. We like ladders. We just need to be cautious of the ladders. That is all. Where's the hatch? There's the hatch. Don't use ladders. I'm gonna use the ladders. You can't tell me what to do. I'll use the ladders if I want to. Oh, Jeb, you just drifted right past it. You didn't grab it. You gonna grab it now? There we go. All right, Jeb's on board. Now, Bill is not done with the work that I had for him to do. There's more work to be done. So he's on the ladder, which is great. That's a good start. Let's release and take control of this guy. Oop, wrong way, wrong way. Okay. Now chat allows spam, delete spam. No. No, we're not doing spam. We're not doing spam today. Okie dokie, Bill. Let's let go. Good. Good. Good, Bill. Good. Back to what I was doing. So I got these illuminators. And I want to mount them on the science lab, pointing up at the docking port. Like that. I think that looks nice. That way, whatever ship's docked, I've got lights illuminating it. You put it. You didn't put anything. There's nothing. You didn't put anything in chat. Oh, missed. I missed that time. Let's position a little closer. We can move that a little bit. All right, Bill. Hold on. Hold on. Let's not There we go. All right. Bill and his EVA suit simply don't want to be attached to this rocket. I don't know if Bill actually wants to be a part of this mission. He may be getting some cold feet, perhaps. Maybe second thoughts about Jeb's piloting skills. Who knows? But he's certainly reconsidering some decisions he's made in his life. Okay, that light's attached where I wanted it. Hold on. Ooh, you're right, he does. He's good. He's got extra EVA fuel now. We got an extra tank. I did bring extra EVA fuel on purpose. For just such occasions. Man, when you guys heard orbital construction, you were probably thinking like conceptually orbital construction, but just like assembling. No, I mean literally welding tool, constructing things in orbit. I mean, it is literally as you can take it. All right, that's probably enough. So let's just... Oh, hold on. Let's arrest our motion. I'm just going to offload the rest of this cargo. Maybe these ladders will get broke or something. I don't know. We'll offload that. I think that's enough construction for today, Bill. But see, look, now Bill can climb all the way down from his hatch. He can climb down here. He can do work on the docking ports and stuff. Why's that not letting me? I wish there was the equivalent of SAS for EVA. Okay, maybe those ladders are spaced out enough. Let's try that. Let's see if those ladders are spaced out nicely enough. When am I departing for Duna? Pretty much as soon as I deorbit this thing. We're about ready to go. We have... Oh, okay. Can't board that module. The only thing we're missing is a lander. I could dock a lander onto this. And that's about it. Let's deorbit this. I'm not trying to recover this at all. Oh, there goes that strut connector. Okay. All right. Well, the engine is ready. The ship has been assembled. Structural supports have been attached. It should be good to go. Should be. Do we send it? I think we put a lander on it. I think we have to put a lander on it. Let's go back to the Space Center. Let's build our lander real quick. JNO RCS. So Green Juno New Origins asks, JNO RCS or KSP RCS? KSP, tentatively, I'd say KSP. They're pretty similar. They're pretty similar, but I think it's slightly easier to dock in Kerbal Space Program. I think the way their docking ports make connection is better than in Juno New Origins. The actual RCS systems are about the same. It really is just the docking ports that are different. Okay. Duna lander time, right? We gotta get our Duna lander going. Let's figure out what exactly we want to do here. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna talk directly into the microphone now. What do we think? Do we want to do? We need to do a direct ascent. Duna has an atmosphere. So making it atmospheric is kind of important, actually. We do have the Clampotron shielded docking port. But it's not letting me buy that for some reason. That's annoying. Okay, well, it's not letting me buy that, and I don't understand why. What's the difference? It's a docking port with aerodynamic shell over it. Green Juno New Origins, you don't have to keep saying Delt Lead every time you want to get my attention. You can just ask your questions, my guy. It's all right. You don't have to specify. You're either talking to someone directly in chat or you're talking to me. That's kind of how the format goes. I think we want a probe body on it. We'll go with the Probodyne Octo 2. And then we'll do the Mark 1.3 command pod. And I think the shielded docking port will sit on top of that really nicely. Or at least I hope it'll sit on it really nicely. I don't actually know. No heat shield on this. We're going to save weight by keeping the heat shield and the decoupler off. Instead, we're going to get the 2.5 meter service bay. So the big thing is, since it's trying to be aero, we're trying to be aerodynamic with it. I'm going to keep all of my goofiness inside the service bay. We'll put a Science Junior in there. We'll put a goo in there. We'll put a ravioli in there. We're going to put a thermometer in there. We're going to put a barometer somewhere. There it is. A barometer somewhere in there. Atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer. Sure, bud. We'll put that in there. Surface scanning module. Yeah, it's worth it. We'll put that in there. Gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. It's a word salad if I ever heard one, but yeah, we'll put one in there too. Not the liquid, just the gas. I think that's it for just raw, straight up experiments. That's kind of it. Now, electrical. We're going to want electrical. And I think I can cheat a battery pack in there. Yeah, I can. So there's a battery pack on top of the Science Junior. And that might be cheating. But, you know, whatever. Let's scoot this down just a little bit. There's the battery pack up there. Solar panels, we'll want some. Probably going to want some. Did I put an accelerometer in there? I did not. I've also got two-way symmetry on, so whoops. Okay, back to two-way symmetry. So I put this here. We're going to rotate this up into position. I'm going to rotate this around. Let's scoot it forward ever so slightly and up. Ever so slightly. Now, you might think that thing's just floating there. And it is. Let's just make sure this buttons up nicely. Yeah, it does. Okay. We'll put a strut under it. Actually, we can just take this off for now and put a strut under it. Modular grid segment, por favor. Downsize it. And now we'll put it on there. That looks respectable, I think. Actually, we could just lower this to align it and then just move this all the way up. Like that. That way it's not clipping. I don't like it when parts clip. I think it looks better when they fold out and extend naturally. Yeah. This probably just needs to come up and in just a smidge more, though. Up, in. Okay, sweet. So that's that. We could add a couple extra batteries on this. Just for good measure. Just, just a little extra juice. Nah. We don't need it. We don't need it. I don't need it. I need it. All right, fuel tanks. 2.5 meter. I think we can get away with a little skinny boy, though. Depends on what engine we use. We'll see. But I think we can get away with the skinny one. Check the amount of juice. It's got juice. Don't worry. It's got juice. So we'll check it on Duna, right? It's not going to be able to land on Eve, but it'll be able to handle Duna. But before we go any further, structural. No, that's the FLT. So this one's too big. There should be a... Here we go. Ralcomax brand adapter. So we're going to use this guy. And then this guy. You see what I'm doing here? And then we're going to put either a Terrier. Not a high enough thrust to weight ratio. Swivel's too big, though, really. I mean, I guess we're coming in under parachutes. We'll throw parachutes on this, of course. Maybe 3 parachutes. 2 Terriers. Well, the only problem with that, it's a good idea, but the only problem with that is I don't have the thing I need for that, really. 1.99 is actually pretty good. Unless I have some other magic thing, but I don't think so. No, I don't. So here's the other thing we're going to do. That's right. Baguette. 3, 4. We'll pack some extra weight on like this. 1.7 I can still work with. Now the landing gear. I want to see what the medium strut looks like. No. But those feel too scrawny, or too close together. That's right. It's time for another modular girder segment. Yay! Scaled down again. Rotate. Modular girder segments for when you're just a little too close. Okay, well that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's fine. Because the big thing, right? The big thing that we need to be careful of is that everything is kind of underneath, right? We don't want anything sticking out. And I think that's fine. Utility. That's right. It's ladder time. That's not even close. There we go. More baguettes? No. 4 is plenty. 2,500 meters per second of delta V should be enough. If 2,500 meters per second of delta V isn't enough, we're in trouble. The real question is surviving re-entry. How difficult is it to survive re-entry on Duna? Is it really difficult? How hard is it? Because I can't really do a heat shield. I mean, I guess I can do a one-off heat shield. I get one heat shield, basically. We could do drogue shoots to compensate. You think heat shield? Will a heat shield, if I just add the heat shields can be detached or jettisoned, right? So if I just throw a heat shield on this, like that, I'm not trying to parachute land all the way down. No, we're not doing that. That's silly. Oh, there's the Clampetron Shroud. Hey, we got the Clampetron Shroud. Look, there it is. See? See how nice that is? Look at that. Look how nice that is. Well, okay. I am not going to attempt a parachute-only landing. On a rover this, or a lander this big, not worth it. We're going to do a propulsive landing. That's why there's engines. I'm going to use the parachutes to save me most of the landing cost. And then we'll only have to burn a little bit to get down. And then we can burn the rest of the way to get back up. See, look at that. Ain't that nice? Ain't that pretty right there? That's pretty. We will want some RCS on this. That's right, everyone's favorite time, RCS tanks. Let's go ahead and add... Well, one, let's take this... Nope. Take this off. Where does my center of mass sit? It sits way down here. Where will that be on an empty tank? Way up there. Okay. Monopropellants. Too big. Too big. This is 8-way, right? Well, that doesn't look good at all. Why won't it let me put it like... Huh. That's weird. Oh, there we go. Now it's in. Now they're in. Okay. Thrust weight ratio 1.59. Well, what's the Terrier put out? 60. Okay, here's the other option. Too big. Ooh, but that doesn't look too bad. In fact, that looks pretty stinking good. Because look at this. That veneer fits inside that truss really nicely. Fits real nice. See? Ah. Ooh. It's just not as efficient. It gives us 2,000. Hold on. Quick question for Google. Delta V to launch. Whoops. To launch from Duna. That's technically just enough, but I don't like how little margin that gives me. Okay, these are out. I thought it would be cool, but it's not going to work. Are there any other weight-saving measures? I feel like I kind of need all of this. I guess okay, so what if I just ditch those for there, and I put a monopropellant tank in here? Hear me out? Hear me out? We throw the monopropellant tank inside this. I have a docking port. It's right there. That's the docking port. Yes, what if we do that? What if we did that instead? What if I move this? Hold on, let's move the big stuff out of here real quick. And rotate this around because, by golly, they don't want to cooperate. Like that. 2251. 2251 is not a lot of fuel. What if I just ditch this altogether? Save on weight. 2273. That makes almost no difference. No, we'll keep that on there. I like the look of that enough to justify keeping it. Where'd it go? There it is. There are other variants. Orange. Orange. Ooh, orange. What about this fuel tank? Orange. Orange! Okay, orange is good. We like orange. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight, guys. Well, you know, how much monopropellant do I really need, right? Hear me out. Do I need that much monopropellant? I need some monopropellant. But let's downsize the RCS system for a second. Let's do like 4 of these. And we just kind of slap them all haphazard like in here. Like that. That's 2307. We're splitting hairs. We're definitely splitting hairs here. But hairs sometimes just need to be split. And instead of just the one set, I do 2 sets. $22.95. That's like, that's just under what I would need. And that's not counting the landing. How much do the parachutes add? A decent amount, actually. What if I go to 2 parachutes? How much do I get back? A little bit. I want the parachutes. The parachute's going to save me a ton. What's my favorite color? Generally blue. Blue's my generally what I would call my favorite color. Let's look at our payload. I want the atmosphere analyzer. This surface scanning module, we can get rid of that. How much does that weigh? Is it enough to justify taking off? No. Almost no change to delta V from that. I also still need communications. The communications aren't heavy, but it's a thing. That brings it down to 320. Oh, that's gonna be so close. Wait. What if we... No, this is lighter. This is lighter. Let's use the lighter one. Yeah. 2322. What battery did I put on this? Do I need that battery? These are the kind of questions you start asking when you're close to your limit. How much battery do I really need? We're bringing the science back anyway, so like, what does it matter? Let's just bring like a couple batteries. That's fine. That can sit right there. What about these solar panels? Do we need the full-size ones? I don't think we need the full-size ones. Not really. I think we can get away with little itty-bitty ones. $23.38. Oh, I forgot that the module has monopropellant. Screw the tanks. Just drop the tanks. $23.86. And this isn't even including space for, like cargo. You know, I guess, and the engineer could pull these empty tanks off for weight. We could ditch some weight on the surface, potentially. I know we were trying to save weight here, but let me do the opposite of that real quick. So I want goo, ionographer, weather, control, panel. Oh, perfect. Because it's 2 and 2. Yeah. All right. That's just enough. Just enough. 2304. This will be lighter on ascent. Slightly. $22.23. We'll quick save before we launch. I mean, we also have the RCS. The monopropellant doesn't count towards it, but we could, if we're just shy. I mean, we're right on the razor's edge with this design. That's my only problem, is we're right on the limit. And just thinking of like other options we have. Of course, the delta V does get better as you go up, right? Slightly. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Is there anything else I can do? I think this is as good as it's going to get, honestly. Okay. I think that's as good as it's going to get. Thanks, Flabbit. Let's get this into orbit. What did I do? Undo. Undo. What did I do? Where did it go? Hold on. Where did it go? Where's my rocket? Oh, that would piss me off a lot. Hold on. Save and continue. Where'd my rocket go, game? It just stole my rocket from me. And now it froze. Give it a second. Hold on. Maybe it'll come back. Maybe it'll come back. Duna lander. Save, leave. Save and continue. Oh my goodness. It's totally bugged out. New. Don't save. Open. Did it just like corrupt itself? Did it really just shit the bed so hard just now? It did. Okay. Alright, speed run to rebuild that lander because it just decided it didn't want to play anymore. What if we did a two-man cockpit? No, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Bad idea. Bad idea. Bad. I think I'm going to go back to the 3 parachute design again. Maybe we go bigger. Maybe the problem isn't... maybe the problem isn't what I think it is. Hold on. I have an idea. Fuel tanks. I still like this. I still want to do this as like part of the design. I like the aesthetic enough, and I like the application enough, but we're going to switch it up. We are going to use the verniers. It gives me a 2.77 with 3,122 meters per second. We just didn't have enough fuel, guys. That's the problem. That was the problem right there. We were splitting hairs when we could have been splitting the atom. Okay. How's that? Does that look good? I think that looks good. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Because we're at 3,000 now. Now, we have some more flight hardware to add on, sure, but at this point, it's a lot easier. No. Yeah. We'll still do it this way. Ladder's going up. And then that should be a decent enough transition. Okay. So the solution was more fuel and then switching to these vernier engines. That gives me a 2.7. That's much better. Much better. That actually gives me some room to play. Without like having to freak out or worry too much, at least. You know, that's I just don't want to. I don't want to have to panic mid-flight and be like, "Oh, nope, we're gonna crash. We're gonna crash. No, no, we're gonna crash." Don't want that to happen. That's the science for the most part packed in there. We'll put the atmospheric fluid spectrometer thing. It's kind of heavy, but it'll be fine. Surface scanning module. Yeah. Gas chromatograph. Okay. Put the cargo back on. Flip it onto the other side for some reason. Why not? Probodyne, ionographer, weather, goo, power. EVA science, repair kit. Just do a full repair kit. There we go. All right. 2847. Now we're in the realm of not having to worry so much. Crew, let's just see what it is with crew. 2769. Yeah. That's good enough. That's good enough for government work right there. And that gets us a third parachute. Let's do... Will the heat shield sit nicely, or is it going to be a problem? That's going to be a problem. So I need an engine plate. I need something to stand that off with. I mean, I guess I could literally just do a strut. Yeah, that works. That actually packs down a lot neater. That should be fine. For Duna re-entry heat. And then that jettisons. Alright, now I'm... What is going on? Why is it doing that? Oh my goodness. You gotta be kidding me. You've gotta be kidding me, game. What is your major malfunction that is happening? I thought that was a one-off glitch. No, that is a persistent problem, huh? All right, let's call this the Duna lander. All right, speedrun, rebuilding this for a third time. Every time I do this, I'm a little bit faster. Let's go fuel tanks. Payload. Start open. Fuel tank. This is gonna break me. My goodness. Why? Why is this doing this to me? Okay. Come on. Come on. I just want to be... At this one, now I'm just, like, ready to be done. Okay, ladder situation's taken care of. Back to the science bay. We're gonna go... Wapa. We'll do it on the left-hand side this time. Why not? Wapa. 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 There it is. Wapa. Wapa. Electrical. Good enough. Cargo. Oh, that's hilarious. That's not even on. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna save before we do anything else. Duna, lander, save. Okay. Comms. Can't forget. And the parachutes. Definitely can't forget the parachutes. This won't work without parachutes. Nope. No, sir. Won't work without the parachutes. That's not me being ironic either. This straight up will not work without parachutes. There we go. Yeah. Save. Okay. Any other issues this wants to give me? Huh? You done? You done fighting me? I think it's done fighting me. Save it. Now, what happens if I click? Oh, okay. Gone. Load. Well, maybe we just don't do that then. Okay. We're just not going to do that. We're just going to not do that. Because apparently when I do that, it breaks. Two seven eight seven 2475. All right, good enough. Good enough. Let's build out the rest of this now. Coupling TD25. Payload. Okay. Fuel tanks. Just a little Rockamax. And we can get away with a poodle on this one. I can already tell we'll get away with a poodle. So we're going to use the poodle. And then second stage coupling. That. Two of these bad boys. Make them orange. I like orange. Throw a mainsail on it to get it there. That can go there. That can go there. Those will stay up there. All right, good to go. Check the delta V. 1.3. It works. Actually, we're going to need the bigger fuel tank, I think. There we go. Orange it. Okay. All right. Let's save. Launch. And watch this lander just absolutely brick the game. Just brick it. Just brick it to death. You know? Loads up on the landing pad and explodes. Any second now we'll be loaded up. Here we go. Oh, wait, no. Revert to vehicle assembly, because we got Kerbalnauts on it. Game preloaded a flight crew into a ship that I want unmanned. Unmanned this time, game. No Kerbals. Out, out, out.
I'm actually frustrated now. I had to build that lander 3 times. The first time was kind of a blessing because it made me rethink my choices. The second time pissed me off. All right, SAS is on. Engine. Let's put that separate. Okay. Throttle up. Light the engine. And we're away. All right. All righty. Let's get this thing into orbit, dock it with the rest of the ship, and we can start making preparations to fly to Duna. Go ahead and do a partial pitch over. So far, so good. No issues on the flight. The lander isn't exploding itself. There are no Kerbals on board. Should be good to go. As long as there aren't any other unforeseen issues, it'll be good to go. All right. Locked prograde. Oop, too vertical. Way too vertical. Jeez. Well. Nah, let's just revert. Let's just go back to launch. I'm not going to try to fix that. I didn't catch that earlier for some reason. I should have been paying more attention to my angles we went up. That's way off. Way, way off. Okay. That's better. That's a better angle. Okay. Basically, same plan as before for our rendezvous. We're going to burn until we get a acceptable intercept. Nope. Is it going well? Well, it's going. It's going. We're having some issues with this lander, but I think we've got them mostly sorted out. Are you winning, son? Kinda, Dad. I'm kinda winning. We got 513 meters per second of delta V to make this work. Which, you know, it's not terrible. It's not nothing. Where's the target? There it is. Okay. Okay, almost got the intercept down. That's pretty much the intercept. We can definitely get a little better. All right, where is this guy? Is it above me? No. Is it below me? No. Is it behind me? No. Is it in front of me? There it is. He's right there. There he is. Found him. You got something Americans don't have. Oh, what's that? What is it that Americans don't have? There's not a name for it in English. Ah. Well, what is its? Brazil is Spanish or Portuguese speaking? I can't remember. Portuguese? Well, what is it in Portuguese? So I'm going to use the fuel in this stage. It's going to be clumsy, but I want to conserve the RCS in here. Acai, like acai berries? Are you referring to acai berries? We have that in America. I mean, we import it, obviously, but that's, you can get those just about anywhere nowadays. Sorry to burst your bubble, but with modern commerce, those kind of things are relatively easy to come by. But officially no, dude, I had acai berry juice like last night. Not last night. More, it was not as recent as last night, but you get the idea. Okay, I'm going to try and be very judicious. Like, in the country, well, I wouldn't be too sure. I mean, maybe. I don't know the major exports of every state in America, but like off the top of my head. Quick Google search. Do acai berries grow in America? Florida. There are some farms in Florida that grow acai berries. Is it a native plant to America? Obviously not. But we can grow them here. America has a very, very, very diverse climate. People forget how big this country is. Like, you couldn't grow acai berries in Vermont or Idaho, but Florida, Hawaii also had, Missouri, Mississippi. Plenty of tropical subclimates to get that kind of stuff. Let's open the shield here. Why did your chat appear red? It doesn't appear red to me, so I'm not sure. I'm not overly worried about wasting monopropellant on this, but I don't want to waste monopropellant on this docking. This isn't going to be my best docking, but it should be close enough. That works. Oh, weird. All right. That is the ship. And she's a big one. That is a big spaceship. Where did all my struts go? Are they still there and they're just glitched? Like, are they there but just not visible? Control from here. No, they're detached. Okay. SAS off. Well, the good news is I've got struts down here, so I don't need to do anything per se. He's gonna have to. I don't know why the struts keep detaching. They have to stay attached during the engine burns. Maybe I don't attach quite as many. I mean, I was getting real Real liberal with my strut attachments there. We probably don't need so aggressive of a strut placement program. All right, Bill, you want to EVA again? It's your favorite activity, Bill. He loves it. He loves EVAs. At least we have all the strut attachment points, so I don't have to do anything really crazy. I just have to reattach them. Now, why would you do something like that? I honestly got a little strut happy when I was putting these on. So I probably don't need nearly as many as I have. Ah, yes. Yes, you did. I do recall. I still appreciate that. Okay, that should be good enough. I'm not going to overdo it on the struts. It's fine. If I have to get out here and do struts every time we burn, that's going to get kind of annoying, so I'm just going to make this quick. Three's probably enough. It is a sick looking ship, though. I gotta admit, like, this is pretty cool looking. I love futuristic style spaceships like this. Hold on, let me reattach that one. Oh, that's as far as it's gonna go. Okay. We're gonna strut up the command, or the lander as well. Just two. Just to hold it together a little better. I really want to avoid any unnecessary wobbles. So I think two will be plenty. If it'll let me. Okay, well that one worked. Okay. All right, Bill, time to get back in the crew cabin. All right, sweet. She's looking a little raggedy with that placement, but she's as ready as she's ever gonna be. So, time to plan. We need to burn on the dark side of the planet towards Duna. I think Duna is close to her optimal launch. We may need to time warp a little bit. We got plenty of juice now, so I'm not too worried. Okay, let's see if we can get our intercept there. No. Hold on. Here. Or I'm way early. I'm way early. I need to wait. Oh my goodness. All right, so they're going to spend some time in orbit. Yay! We get to spend some time in orbit. I mean, they're doing science up there. Yeah. Well, it's like 51. I was off. It's like 51.4, I think is the exact number. That's about 60-ish. Let's try it now. Let's check on the ship. Anything wrong with the ship? Anything like grossly wrong with the ship? Nope, still in orbit. We should have some science to transmit. Yeah. We can transmit some science. Let's do that real quick. Yay! 134 science added. Sweet. Brings us up to 411. Okay, let's double check it one more time. How's it look? I think that's good enough. That's too far. That's much too far. We out of plane? No, we're about lined up. Now, the whole idea of this ship is it's got the Delta V to do a burn earlier, right? At least part of the idea behind the ship. That's intercept. I think we need to wait a little longer. Let's try now. For you, it's like 8 times. Not sure what you mean. 8xx. About 8. About 8. What? What? About 8 what? Now it says the burn will take 6 minutes. Is that with this guy? I'm not sure. Let's bring this over here. Activate engine. $3,194 meters per second. About 8 p.m. Yeah, it's almost 9. Almost 9 now. Okay, let's lock on maneuver. $1,248 out of our 3,194. Well, hold on. Before we go to that maneuver, maybe we go for the other one. For the slower but longer intercept. That happens here. Yes, I'm 2 hours behind you, correct. Now, the return voyage will be lighter weight. We may ditch the lander on Duna. We'll see. Okay, let's time warp to burn. Seven minutes till burn. I'm going to wait till we're a little past because we have to start our burn so early. And our altitude is... I don't think our altitude's high enough to support burning for that long. We might have to do this in multiple stages too. All right. Our nuclear engine is firing. I understand time zones, don't worry. Look at that. She's off. And we are away. Now, this is going to burn for a little while. Good news is that there's no structural instability that I see. Thrust rate ratio is 0.42, which isn't terrible, honestly. I'm going to do 4x time warp. Let's see if the ship can handle that. It appears it can. Not seeing any glitching or spazzing of the structure. Okay. We're going to time warp. Time warp and warp to it. And I'm just incrementing. So I go back to the planned burn, increment the orbit by 1 and then try again, basically. But again, that is still too far. Oh, that's too far as well. There we go. Oh, I can do normal time warps under nuclear power? That's interesting. It's just letting me do regular time warp. All systems look good. Okay, we're going to shut down the engine again. Go to my maneuver node, increment the burn by 1. Oh, and my delta V is way off now. Hold on. That's not what I want at all. Go back to the orbit I wanted. There we go. There we go. It was basically resetting the entire burn. Okay, that's still definitely too early. Let's come... It's coming about this much. We're at 5 times time acceleration now. We can go faster. So while the engine is running... While the engine is running, I can time accelerate faster than 4 times time acceleration, which is interesting. I think it's pretty cool. Okay. Let's go back to the maneuver node. Increment by 1 again. And then pull off the speed a little bit. There we go. No one ever said these nuclear rockets were easy to use. They are low thrust. Low thrust. Maybe this time. I think this is gonna be our one. Yeah, we're gonna go for it here. So long burn. We're gonna have to make a correction, I know. Heat's building up, but still manageable. And I don't think I trust the Delta V estimates at all. This number seems way low, and it also seems to be changing a ton. In fact, I really just don't trust this. Don't trust this at all. What? What just happened to my fuel? Why did it just go from 2,800, like we were fine, and then we're super low? Why are you like this game? Why are you like this? This is going to be a one-way trip to Duna now. Hold on. Revert flight. All right. We've got some more homework to do on this. I'm going all the way back. I think the design is good. We just need to recalibrate a little bit. No, it just like snapped all of a sudden. I thought I had a lot more fuel than I did. We're going back to vehicle assembly. We're going all the way back. We need to rethink this completely. I'm trying to think what other things we could do. We could just add more fuel to it potentially. I mean, we can add a couple more fuel tanks potentially to extend our range a little bit. But I think we're going to come back to this in a different live stream. We've been working at this for like 4 hours, so a temperature survey of the gas giant, that does not pay out nearly enough. Oh, man. This is hard. Yeah, I don't know why it did that. I actually just don't understand what happened there. So, we're going to come back to this. You know, the other option, the way I have set this ship up is kind of interesting because I could just drop the engine and go for something else. Like, so hold on. Let's go to the land tier here, right? The land tier has an ISP of 840. We could swap to the liquid core reactor engine, which has an ISP of 1527. About the same thrust, 64. What's this one have? Thrust 48, so it's actually got a little bit more thrust. So that's the other option, is we do something crazy like that. Or we wait till we get fusion engines. No, we're not going to wait. We're not going to wait. We are going to do this mission with the nuclear engine. How do I think Bia looks like? I don't know. Is she an orange tabby? Or is she like a calico? Okay, so I need metamaterials. That's interesting, but probably not what I want. The other thing I could do is try a solar sailor. It's a calico. Very nice. Um, yeah, there's not a whole lot else we can like unlock right now. There's nuclear power. All right, well, we're going to leave the live stream here. We've got our ship. We've got our ship in orbit. I think I just need to reattempt that launch. Maybe we go without the lander. Like first time we go with it. Well, no, because like that's where all the science is. All the science is on Duna. We got to go with the lander. Well, hold on. Get rid of the debris, get rid of the junk. Let's switch to this. Oh, we need a name for it. Before we leave, we're gonna give it an actual proper name. It needs a name. What do we think for a name? I'm not sure. Let's rename the vessel. Nuclear rocket session. You can call it the Duna Express. Or we could call it the KSP Hermes. Hermes, the god of messages. That's a good name for it. Let's go with that. What is this thing's delta V right now? 4348. So if we were to burn right now through both of these tanks, it'd be 4348 meters per second. Okay. 4348 is not terrible. We could add a couple more fuel tanks up here potentially. Just trying to think of ways we could improve this. That might be an option. I don't know. We got our crew up here. Let's actually take a look at them. In their little pods, all cozy and set up. There we go. You can kind of see them in there. Hanging out in the crew spaces. All right. Well, I think that's where we're going to leave the live stream today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Tomorrow, we'll launch this thing. We did all the hard work. It's in orbit. We just need to figure out what the heck we're doing. So you guys take care, and I will see you in the next live stream. Goodbye, everyone.